Chapter 1977. He killed a 6-star ancestor in an instant. Seeing Yi Qinfeng kill a 6-star heavenly ancestor with the immortal bloodline, not only the Grand Elder Emperor and Emo Xian were dumbfounded, but everyone present was dumbfounded. The immortal bloodline flowed in the heavenly tribe's peak almighties and was extremely difficult to kill. Moreover, Yi Qinfeng was only a 5-star Dao ancestor. How can his attack be so terrifying? At that moment, the Grand Elder Emperor and the others looked at Yi Qinfeng differently. They no longer looked down on him. All right, don't look at me. I'm looking at you. I still have things to do. All of you can come at me together. Yi Qinfeng said tyrannically as he summoned the flying celestial sword and pointed at the gloomy Grand Elder Huang and the others. All right. Kid, I don't care who you are, but you'll definitely die for killing our heavenly tribe's almighties. The Grand Elder Emperor summoned a supreme-grade ancestral artifact, Dragon Head Scepter, and mobilized a powerful spatial energy to attack Yi Qinfeng. When the Grand Elder Emperor attacked, the half-step virtual god Emo Xian also attacked at the same time. He held a sea god trident and tore through space, stabbing at Yi Qinfeng. 10,000 god tribulation. The two half-step virtual gods attacked. 4 ancestor-grade Dao diagrams gushed out of his body and quickly merged behind him, forming a huge wave. He punched out with both fists, and his primordial bloodline burned. More than 3 trillion gene of strength merged with the 4 ancestor-grade Dao diagrams, destroying the space in front of him and bombarding the Grand Elder Emperor and the others. Boom! Boom! The 10,000 god tribulation collided with the Grand Elder Emperor and Emo Xian's attacks, instantly causing an earth-shattering explosion. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions, shattering the space within a radius of several miles. Heavenly territory, demonic territory. An earth-shattering, rebounding force surged towards them. The 2 Grand Elders immediately unleashed their powerful domains to block the rebounding force as they continued to attack Yi Qinfeng. You want to hurt me with just 2 incomplete territories? You guys are so naive that it's a little cute. Yi Qinfeng let out a cold snort when he saw the 2 Grand Elders unleashing their domains. He activated his invincible sword body, materializing an even stronger sword domain to meet them head-on. Ka. The 3 domains collided, and the entire space was once again heavily impacted. What? A complete domain? Sensing that their domains were unable to withstand Yi Qinfeng's sword domain and were continuously cracking, the Grand Elder and Grand Elder Huang revealed an expression of disbelief. They were so shocked that their eyeballs nearly fell out of their sockets. God's heart, fuse! While the 2 Grand Elders were still in shock, Yi Qinfeng quickly merged with the God's heart. With the massive energy of the God's heart, he advanced to half-step virtual God level. His strength has increased again. What kind of monster is he? Sensing that Yi Qinfeng's ability had reached half-step virtual God level, the Grand Imperial Elder and the rest felt uneasy. They finally understood why Yi Qinfeng's tone was so arrogant. Divine Essence Pagoda, suppress the space. With the increase in his strength, Yi Qinfeng immediately summoned the Divine Essence Pagoda. He controlled the Divine Essence Pagoda to expand continuously, suppressing the entire space and restricting the 2 Grand Elders' movements. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng summoned the Sky-Devouring Sword, which was a virtual god weapon. He then attacked the Grand Imperial Elder, who was shocked. No, virtual god weapon. Who are you? Sensing the power of the Sky-Devouring Sword, the Grand Imperial Elder was terrified. As he unleashed his powerful killer move, he tried his best to dodge the attack. However, Yi Qinfeng's combat strength was not any weaker than his. The attack power of the Sky-Devouring Sword was beyond his imagination. Under the attack of the Sky-Devouring Sword, the Grand Imperial Elder's killer moves shattered continuously. The dragon head scepter that he had used all his strength to defend himself was cracked by the sky-devouring sword. It almost broke apart. Uft! The Grand Imperial Elder was sent flying by Yi Qinfeng's attack. His entire body was slashed by the invincible sword radiance from the sky-devouring sword, causing blood to spurt out of his body. Invincible heavenly technique. With his body heavily injured, the Grand Imperial Elder immediately unleashed the invincible heavenly technique. He activated the faint immortal bloodline in his body and quickly reconstructed his body. However, at this moment, the divine spirit pagoda came crashing down on the Grand Imperial Elder's broken body. It smashed him to the ground from midair, and his entire body was smashed into a meat paste. No, you can't kill me. The Grand Imperial Elder, who had a tenacious life force, did not die even though his body was destroyed. He kept wailing in pain. As he unleashed the invincible heavenly technique, he opened the heavenly territory and made his final struggle. However, the power of the divine spirit pagoda was too terrifying. No matter how the Grand Imperial Elder struggled, he could not resist the suppression of the divine spirit pagoda. At this moment, Mo, Xian, the divine race, and the demon race who sensed the danger were scared. They did not dare to attack Yi Qinfeng. They wanted to break out of the encirclement and leave quickly. Do you think you can escape? With a thought, Yi Qinfeng summoned the Grim Reaper, half-step evil god, chaotic divine beast, Fa Tianzu, Peacock King, and the rest to chase after Mo Xian and the rest. Fa Tianzu, you're Yi Qinfeng. Seeing Fa Tianzu suddenly appear, Mo Xian immediately guessed Yi Qinfeng's identity. Chaotic Dharma, devour! Yi Qinfeng did not care that his identity had been exposed. He summoned his chaotic Dharma and let it devour the Grand Imperial Elder to form the precious chaotic divine fruit. Although there were many divine race and demon race experts, the Grand Imperial Elder's life was hanging by a thread. Only Mo Xian was a half-step empty god. They could not withstand the ferocious attacks of Yi Qinfeng, the Grim Reaper, and the rest. Soon, there were chilling wails in the tomb. The divine race and demon race experts were killed by the Grim Reaper, half-step evil god, and the rest. When the divine race and demon race suffered heavy casualties, the chaotic Dharma devoured the Grand Imperial Elder and successfully formed for chaotic divine fruits that contained part of the territory power. It flew over quickly to help Yi Qinfeng and the rest kill the experts of the two races. Blood escape! Mo Xian was terrified. He ignited all the blood qi in his body at all costs and turned into a streak of blood light. He tore through the encirclement and escaped from the tomb. Do you think you can escape? Yi Qinfeng summoned the immortal wings and sped up time by 30 times. He chased after Mo Xian at 100 times the speed of light and quickly closed the distance between them. However, as the Grand Imperial Elder of the demon race, Mo Xian had many trump cards that could save his life. Using these trump cards, he called for help while fending off Yi Qinfeng's attacks and running for his life. However, as he ran, he suddenly thought of something terrifying. He didn't know where the exit out of the tomb was. Thinking of this, his heart turned cold and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his body. Fight! Unable to leave the tomb, Mo Xian could only fight with his life on the line. He burned his powerful bloodline at all costs and used many methods to raise his battle strength to the peak. He wanted to fight with all his strength. Tao of artifact manipulation. Mo Xian used all his methods to launch a fatal attack. As he shattered layers of space, Yi Qinfeng used the Tao of artifact manipulation and threw out the divine sword devourer. The sword slashed apart Mo Xian's fatal attack and cut open the shattered space. Under Mo Xian's terrified gaze, the sword cleaved him in half. Chaotic Dharma idol devour! After cutting open Mo Xian's body, Yi Qinfeng immediately summoned the chaotic Dharma idol to continue devouring, condensing 3 incomparably precious chaotic divine fruits. Chapter 1978. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Although he had killed all his enemies, Yi Qinfeng knew that his identity had been exposed. To prevent the Sky Tribe and Demon Tribe from sending virtual gods to kill him, Yi Qinfeng put everyone into the universe realm. He wanted to leave the massacre tomb through the wormhole created by the space swallower. Who's there? When he arrived near the wormhole, his sharp senses suddenly sensed danger, and he looked into a dark space. Yi Qinfeng, you've really impressed me. I can't believe you could sense my presence with your ability. A tall and slender woman in a long green dress with skin as smooth as milk, and although her facial features were not exquisite, she exuded an enchanting charm. She had a pair of white, jade-like feet, and lotus flowers grew beneath her feet as she slowly walked out of the dark space. Low-level, virtual god. Looking at the lady in green dress before him, Yi Qinfeng's pupils shrank to the size of a pinhole. The god-devouring brain, which was rapidly deducing, sensed that she was a rare low-level, virtual god who had the power to destroy the world. Yi Qinfeng, since you're here, I think you've killed the Sky Tribe and Demon Tribe members. The lady in green dress, who was standing on 2 green lotus flowers, said softly. No one could guess what she was thinking. That's right. They're all dead. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said frankly, although the lady in green dress before him was a great threat, Yi Qinfeng was not afraid. However, Yi Qinfeng had just killed Mo Xian and used the weapon manipulation Dao. For a short period of time, he would not be able to use this divine ability to activate the strongest attack of the divine Sword Devourer. Yi Qinfeng, I don't know what enmity you have with the Sky Tribe, but you've killed my people again and again. I won't forgive you today. The lady in green dress's eyes suddenly sharpened. The lotus flower under her feet suddenly enlarged and spun quickly. It cut through the space and attacked Yi Qinfeng. Chaos Dharma merge. Facing a low-level virtual god, Yi Qinfeng did not dare to be careless. He quickly summoned his Chaos Dharma and merged with it, increasing his combat strength to that of a low-level virtual god. Break! With the increase in his strength, Yi Qinfeng immediately threw a punch at the rapidly spinning lotus flower. A force of more than 1 trillion jin suddenly burst forth. It was like a gushing river, shattering the lotus flower and breaking the green-dressed woman's attack. Low-level, virtual god level. I didn't expect you to have such a trump card. Sensing Yi Qinfeng's battle prowess, the green-dressed woman's eyes revealed a strong fighting spirit. Yi Qinfeng, you're making me more and more interested. As she spoke, the green-dressed woman's graceful body began to spin. Slowly blooming lotuses broke out of her body, dragging long tails of light behind them as they attacked Yi Qinfeng. Sword domain break. As a large number of energy lotuses surged forward, Yi Qinfeng swiftly took a step forward and activated his domain of swords. Thousands of swords of light formed within his domain of swords, which continuously shredded the energy lotuses that tried to break through his domain of swords. Break the domain! As Yi Qinfeng forcefully broke through the green-dressed woman's attack, she moved her hands quickly and instantly formed a flawless white lotus. The lotus's core evolved into a path. The gigantic lotus violently bombarded Yi Qinfeng's domain of swords. Ka! Under the attack of the lotus, the domain of swords immediately cracked, putting Yi Qinfeng under immense pressure. 3,000 transformation God punch. Yi Qinfeng's domain of sword shattered, and all the power in his body suddenly erupted. He instantly blasted out 3,000 invincible divine fists, which were like a meteor shower, annihilating the entire space and shattering the incomparably huge will of the Great Path Lotus. I was wondering why you dared to go against the Sky Tribe. I didn't expect you to have such abilities. However, your combat strength is not enough to escape from me. As she spoke, the woman in the green dress summoned a long sword that was flowing with water patterns. It was entirely green in color and looked like a jade carving. Semi-void god artifact. Sensing that the aura of this jade green longsword far exceeded that of a top-grade ancestral artifact, Yi Chen-feng guessed that this sword should be a semi-void god artifact. Myriad celestial walls. After summoning the jade green longsword, the green-dressed woman's body surged with powerful spatial energy. Instantly, layers of myriad celestial walls were formed. They were like towering mountains that pressed down on Yi Chen-feng. The moment the myriad celestial walls pressed down, the green-dressed woman's body fused with the jade green longsword. With a speed that was several times faster than the speed of light, she stabbed at Yi Chen-feng. Facing the green-dressed woman's double attack, Yi Chen-feng did not take it head-on. He summoned the Undying Wings and instantly accelerated the flow of time by 30 times. Relying on his absolute physical strength, he tore through the myriad celestial wall's suppression and teleported to the side. Yi Chen-feng, you can't escape. After Yi Chen-feng dodged the attack, the green-dressed woman immediately changed her direction and continued to attack him with a thunderous momentum. She was determined to severely injure him. Myriad ancestral swords. Unable to break free from the green-dressed woman's attack, Yi Chen-feng immediately fused with the ancestral sword soul and activated the invincible sword body. Thousands of invincible divine swords were formed and slashed at the green-dressed woman. As the two of them fought fiercely, the myriad celestial walls that suppressed the void pressed down and bombarded Yi Chen-feng's body. Divine Essence Pagoda! At the critical moment, the Divine Essence Pagoda broke out of Yi Chen-feng's body and rose into the sky to resist the myriad celestial wall's attack. Thousand Lotus Slash. The green-dressed woman relied on her powerful strength to tear through the myriad ancestral swords. Her body turned into a lotus that evolved the Tao of heaven and earth. Instantly, thousands of lotus petals were formed and annihilated Yi Chen-feng. Sword Domain. As the thousand lotus slash approached, Yi Chen-feng immediately opened up his sword domain to block the thousand lotus slash with all his strength. However, the green-dressed woman's thousand lotus slash was too powerful. Even the sword domain could not block it. Die! The green-dressed woman roared and merged with the dark green long sword again. Her sword pierced through the shattered sword domain and pierced towards Yi Chen-feng's chest. You can't kill me. With his life hanging by a thread, Yi Chen-feng did not panic. He quickly summoned the divine sword, Devourer, and countered the attack. Buzz! 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 When the two sword tips came into contact with each other, the explosive force shattered the space within a 1-mile radius. Void God Sword. Sensing the destructive aura from the divine sword, the green-dressed woman felt a sharp pain in her arm. Her expression changed instantly. Although she knew that her combat strength was above Yi Chen-feng, there was an insurmountable difference between a half-void god artifact and a true void god artifact. Yi Chen-feng had the void god sword and could make up for the difference in combat strength. Are you still confident that you can kill me now? Yi Chen-feng activated his invincible sword body and held the divine sword, Devourer, like a sword god. He looked at the green-dressed woman, whose expression had changed slightly. Yi Chen-feng, you are really surprising me more and more. It seems like killing you will bring me unimaginable rewards. The value of a void god artifact was unimaginable. Looking at the divine sword, Devourer, in Yi Chen-feng's hand, the green-dressed woman's eyes turned fiery. If she had a void god artifact, she was confident that she could fight against an intermediate void god. You still don't want to give up? All right, let's see who will have the last laugh. Yi Chen-feng took a deep breath. Unparalleled sword intent gushed out from his body. He held the divine sword, Devourer, and slashed towards the green-dressed woman with unparalleled sword force. Chapter 1979. Boom! The two divine weapons clashed and the space cracked. Enduring the earth-shattering recoil, Yi Qinfeng stabbed his sword towards the woman in the green dress. The sword seemed extremely slow, like the speed of a tortoise. However, in the eyes of the woman in green, the sword was extremely dangerous, and she instinctively dodged. But the moment she dodged, the seemingly slow sword pierced towards her chest like a bolt of lightning. The sharp sword light tore through her body's defenses and cut through her battle armor, revealing a deep sword wound. A large amount of blood flowed out uncontrollably. 20-fold time deceleration. The woman in green revealed a serious expression. She was surprised that Yi Qinfeng had such a deep understanding of the time roll. After injuring the woman in green, Yi Qinfeng pursued the victory. He accelerated and slowed down, constantly attacking the woman in green. He relied on the unpredictable speed of his attacks to suppress her attacks. Xian Tian, divine scripture, heavenly punishment. The woman in green was completely enraged by the suppression of her attacks. She roared and merged her domain and Tao will, controlling a part of the world. She transformed into the terrifying power of heavenly punishment, annihilating the void and bombarding Yi Qinfeng. Infinite chaos. The terrifying heavenly punishment attacked, and the rolling power of chaos spewed out of Yi Qinfeng's body, turning into a towering chaotic divine wood. With a strike, the chaotic divine would evolved into the infinite great Tao, resisting the bombardment of the power of heavenly punishment. Divine sword devouring heaven, slash! The two divine powers were like roaring tides, spurting and repelling each other in midair. Yi Qinfeng merged with the invincible sword body and ancestor-level sword soul, activating the mysterious divine patterns in the divine sword-devouring heaven. Like a constantly extending spatial crack, it tore apart the two divine powers and slashed at the woman in green. The woman in green did not retreat as the divine sword radiance slashed at her. She held the emerald sword in her hand and met the attack with all her might, resisting Yi Qinfeng's attack head-on. The two of them fought fiercely in the tomb within the tomb. Their terrifying attacks constantly shattered space and tore the earth apart, destroying the tomb within the tomb beyond recognition. Although Yi Qinfeng had raised his combat prowess to the peak, the green-dressed woman's strength was beyond his imagination. Borrowing the power of her heavenly domain, she unceasingly countered Yi Qinfeng's attacks, using all her skills to kill Yi Qinfeng. Time ticked by. The two of them fought fiercely from the sky to the ground, and from the ground to the sky, raising the space to the ground. Although their injuries continued to worsen, their willpower was strong. None of them retreated. They gritted their teeth and attacked with all their might. However, as time passed, Yi Qinfeng, who had ignited his primordial bloodline and possessed boundless ancestral power, gradually gained the upper hand. The green-dressed woman, who had continuously unleashed shocking killing moves, felt a trace of fatigue. Myriad deity tribulation. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Infinite chaos. Seizing the opportunity when the green-dressed woman's attacks slowed down, Yi Qinfeng turned his body into 10,000 swords. His left hand formed the myriad deity tribulation, and his right hand formed the infinite chaos. He launched a fatal killing move at the green-dressed woman. The three supreme divine abilities blasted out at the same time. The explosive power was comparable to a void god artifact. It directly tore apart the green-dressed woman's attack and bombarded her body, sending her flying. Her beautiful body was smashed into pieces, and a large amount of blood spurted out from her mouth. Undefeatable, heavenly technique. The green-dressed woman immediately executed the undefeatable heavenly technique after suffering heavy injuries. She stimulated the undying bloodline in her body and forcefully repaired her body. While she was repairing her body, Yi Qinfeng controlled the divine spirit pagoda to smash at her body, forcing her to defend with all her might. Godless sword. When the green-dressed woman relied on her absolute strength to send the divine spirit pagoda flying, Yi Qinfeng's sword transformed into 10,000 Tao. The sword seized the light of heaven and earth as it pierced towards her chest with a speed that exceeded 100 times the speed of light. Poof! Poof! At the critical moment, the green-dressed woman held the emerald green sword in front of her chest. However, the invincible sword aura from the divine sword devourer still penetrated the emerald green sword and entered her body. She was injured, and a large amount of blood spurted out from her body. After injuring the green-dressed woman consecutively, Yi Qin-feng took the initiative. He continued to increase the speed of his attacks and suppressed the green-dressed woman with all his might. He did not give her any chance to catch her breath. The strength of a sky tribe empty god is only SSO. Yi Qin-feng attacked with all his might and mocked the green-dressed woman at the same time, provoking her. However, the green-dressed woman was able to cultivate to the low-level empty god realm. Her martial heart was extremely tough. Yi Qin-feng's words did not affect her at all. However, she had lost the initiative and was unable to turn the situation around. Her attacks were completely suppressed by Yi Qin-feng, and her injuries continued to worsen. How is this possible? Doesn't he know how to feel tired? During the intense battle, the green-dressed woman realized that Yi Qin-feng was getting stronger and stronger. He did not show any signs of fatigue. She was in disbelief. However, the more powerful Yi Qin-feng was, the more determined she was to kill Yi Qin-feng. At this moment, she had a feeling that if she could kill Yi Qin-feng and obtain the treasures on him, she might have a chance to step into the intermediate empty god realm. Xian Tian Divine Scripture, Blood Curse Technique. The green-dressed woman gritted her teeth and burned her life blood to cast the powerful blood curse technique. She forcefully restrained Yi Qin-feng and restricted his movements. Ancestral swords. After being restrained by the blood curse technique, Yi Qin-feng immediately activated his invincible sword body. He transformed it into tens of thousands of invincible divine swords that circled around his body and tore through the blood curse technique's restraint. Go to hell! Huangji Heavenly Path. Annihilation of all spells. When Yi Qin-feng forcefully tore through the blood curse technique, the green-dressed woman cast her ultimate move. She destroyed all spells and charged toward Yi Qin-feng. We don't know who's going to die yet. Weapon manipulation technique, Devourer sword slash. After more than a day of intense battle, Yi Qin-feng could already use the weapon manipulation technique. Under the activation of the weapon manipulation technique, all the divine patterns on the divine sword devourer were activated. With one slash, the Huangji Heavenly Path that the green-dressed woman cast was forcefully slashed apart. No. The green-dressed woman did not expect Yi Qin-feng to be able to unleash the most powerful attack of the divine sword devourer. She instinctively dodged. However, the attack speed of the sword was too fast for the green-dressed woman to dodge it. Swish! The green-dressed woman's body was slashed open by the divine sword devourer. The entire ground was torn apart by the terrifying sword gleam of the divine sword devourer. Heavenly invincible technique. After her body was slashed open by the divine sword devourer, the green-dressed woman continued to activate her immortal bloodline to forcefully heal her body. However, the divine sword devourer's power was too terrifying. It had severely damaged the green-dressed woman's body. Even if she had the immortal bloodline, she could only recover about 20% of her strength. Her injuries were severe and could not be healed in a short period of time. The green-dressed woman was afraid. She was afraid that Yi Qin-feng would activate the divine sword devourer's strongest power again. If that happened, she would not be able to escape. Yi Qin-feng, I will remember this grudge. In the future, I will return it tenfold. The green-dressed woman left behind a ruthless statement and suddenly broke out of the encirclement. Looking at the green-dressed woman's back view, Yi Qin-feng did not give chase. With his current combat strength, he could defeat the green-dressed woman, but he couldn't kill her. There was no meaning in continuing to tangle with her. Chapter 1980. The Starry Sea was one of the most dangerous places in the 100 Battles starfield. It covered an extremely vast starfield. Without great strength, no one dared to step into the Starry Sea. This is our Spider Squad's last chance. If we can't hunt more than 100 Starry Sea Demon cores, we will lose this chance to become a branch. A valiant woman with a cold gaze said with a solemn expression. She was wearing a tight-fitting leather jacket that outlined her sexy figure, her long purple hair casually draped over her shoulders, and her eyes were cold and valiant. Captain, the demonic beasts and demons in the periphery of the Starry Sea have all been killed. If we want to collect 100 Starry Sea Demon cores, we have to go to the deepest part of the Starry Sea. But legend has it that there are progenitor realm demonic beasts and demons in the deepest part of the Starry Sea. If we encounter them, it is very likely that we will be wiped out. A man in a green robe with a sharkskin sword hanging from his back and an obvious scar at the corner of his left, I said cautiously. No, I cannot miss this opportunity to advance to the branch. If I miss this opportunity, our squad will have to wait another 100 years. And without the resources of the branch, our cultivation speed will be incomparably slow for the next 100 years. So this risk is worth it. The purple-haired woman shook her head and firmly said, Captain, I will accompany you to the depths of the Starry Sea to hunt high-level demonic beasts and demons. I don't believe that our luck will always be so bad. A tall and sturdy man with thick hair all over his body, like an iron tower, clenched his bull-sized fist tightly and said loudly, We are also willing. The members of the Spider Squad looked at the valiant and charming purple-haired woman with burning gazes as they spoke in firm tones. Sai, since no one has any objections, let's determine the route and location of the deeper parts of the Starry Sea. We must try our best not to enter the deepest part of the Starry Sea. The green-robed man sighed softly when he saw everyone's attitude. He took out a slightly yellowed sheepskin scroll. On the scroll was a map of the Starry Sea. Are you selling this topographic map of the Starry Sea? Just as the 9 members of the Spider Squad were gathered together to study the route, a low voice entered their ears. Who? Hearing the sudden voice, the purple-haired woman and the others immediately became alert. They all looked behind them and saw a man in a white robe. He was tall and straight like a spear. He had a delicate face and looked like a scholar as he slowly walked over. This man was Yi Chen-feng, who had left the Tomb of Slaughter through the wormhole and returned to the 100 Battles star field. Yi Chen-feng came to the 100 Battles star area to suppress the War Devil in the depths of the Sea of Stars. He wanted to subdue the War Devil, a powerful helper, for his own use. Don't be nervous, I don't mean any harm. I'm only here for the map in your hands. Yi Chen-feng smiled and said softly as he met the vigilant gazes, You also want to go deep into the Sea of Stars. The purple-haired woman looked at Yi Chen-feng from head to toe and found that his eyes were clear and his aura wasn't strong. She let out a sigh of relief and asked, Yes, I want to go to the Sea of Stars to find something. Yi Chen-feng nodded and said vaguely, If you're willing to give me the map of the Sea of Stars, I can give you a price that you'll be satisfied with. Sure, you can have the map of the Sea of Stars, but you'll have to pay 100 star demon cores that are above the Emperor level, the man in the green robe said deliberately as he rolled his eyes. What's a star demon core? Yi Chen-feng frowned slightly. He had so many treasures that even virtual gods would be jealous of, but he didn't have a star demon core. You don't even know what a star demon core is. The burly man glanced at Yi Chen-feng in disdain. He looked at him as if he was looking at a bumpkin and said, A star demon core is obtained from killing monsters and demons in the Sea of Stars. It's extremely precious. If you have 100 star demon cores, we'll sell you the map of the Sea of Stars. You really don't want to consider other treasures? You only want star demon cores? Yi Chen-feng said helplessly. That's right. We entered the Sea of Stars for star demon cores. If we sell you the map of the Sea of Stars, it means that we'll lose our star demon cores. This is something that other treasures can't make up for. As Yi Qinfeng's aura was not strong, the purple-haired lady and the others did not take him seriously. They did not believe that he had any treasures that could interest them. What do you think about this? I'll go deep into the Sea of Stars with you and help you hunt for star demon cores. When I've hunted more than 100 star demon cores, you'll give me the map of the Sea of Stars. Yi Qinfeng could even severely injure a virtual god. Hunting an emperor-level star demon core would be a piece of cake for him. The purple-haired lady looked at Yi Qinfeng deeply, hesitating. Although Yi Qinfeng's aura was not strong, they had never met before. The purple-haired lady could not figure out Yi Qinfeng's background. She was worried that he would covet the star demon cores and harm them. Why? Are you worried that I'll harm you? Yi Qinfeng noticed that the purple-haired lady was the leader of the 9 people in front of him. Yi Qinfeng smiled faintly as he looked at the hesitant, purple-haired lady. Sir, although I don't know what your real purpose is, we won't bring a stranger with us. Goodbye. The purple-haired lady raised her head slightly and met Yi Qinfeng's gaze. She noticed that his eyes were extremely sharp. She rejected him tactfully. Let's go. We'll enter the Sea of Stars. After saying that, the purple-haired lady and the others did not hesitate. They accelerated and flew into the Sea of Stars that shone brightly. Sai, do I look like a bad guy? Looking at the purple-haired lady and the others' backs, Yi Qinfeng rubbed his nose and mumbled to himself helplessly. However, the Sea of Stars was too big. It was not easy to find the place where the war demon was suppressed. Yi Qinfeng did not want to snatch the map from the purple-haired lady and the others. He could only hide his aura and follow them into the Sea of Stars. He wanted to find a way to plunder 100 star demon cores and buy the map. Captain, do you think there's something wrong with that guy? The green-robed man came to the side of the purple-haired lady and lowered his voice to a whisper, sending it into her ears. Yes, the purple-haired lady nodded and said, I'm sure that he is hiding his strength. His true strength should be above us. Really? The green-robed man thought that his perception was very sharp. He did not notice anything special about Yi Qinfeng. His eyes are very scary. Recalling Yi Qinfeng's sharp eyes, the purple-haired lady nodded and said, Furthermore, he dares to venture into the Sea of Stars alone. Without absolute strength, it is no different from courting death. That's true. The green-robed man nodded and said, Captain, do you think he will follow us? It's possible, the purple-haired lady said with a grave expression. Let's increase our speed. Once we reach the center of the Sea of Stars, we will immediately enter the sea and use the complicated terrain to get rid of him. After saying that, the purple-haired lady and the others increased their speed, flying into the depths of the Sea of Stars at an extremely fast speed. Around 3 days later, they flew to a lone island in the center of the Sea of Stars at an extremely fast speed. Enter the sea. Chapter 1981. King-class demonic beast. The 9 of them tore through the layers of seawater and quickly dived into the depths of the Star Sea. They discovered a ferocious king-class sea shark that was over 10 zhang in size and had razor-sharp teeth. A king-class demonic beast was equivalent to a 2-star demonic emperor. The purple-haired lady's strength was at the pinnacle of a 6-star Dao emperor. The remaining 8 spider team members were all above 4-star Dao emperors. They could easily kill the sea shark. Don't let it escape. The purple-haired lady and the others increased their speed and surrounded this king-class sea shark. They launched ferocious attacks at it and quickly killed it. They obtained an egg-sized demonic core that shone with starlight and contained powerful demonic energy. Let's go. Let's continue to search for lone demonic beasts. After easily obtaining a demonic core, the purple-haired lady and the others continued to dive into the Star Sea to search for lone demonic beasts. Star Sea Demon. When the 9 of them were about to dive to the bottom of the star sea that was tens of thousands of meters deep, they suddenly discovered a tall and sturdy star sea demon with a long fishtail and fin-like ears. After discovering their prey, the purple-haired lady and the others increased their speed to pursue this star sea demon. They wanted to kill it and obtain its demonic core. This star sea demon's strength was equivalent to a 4-star demonic emperor and was far inferior to the purple-haired lady and the others. However, in the depths of the star sea where the pressure was extremely high, its movement speed was extremely fast. The purple-haired lady and the others increased their speed to the maximum before they managed to close the distance with great difficulty. About an hour later, when the purple-haired lady and the others gradually caught up to this star sea demon, it suddenly dived into a long and narrow trench and disappeared. "Captain, should we chase after it?" Looking at this hell-like trench, the green-robed man and the others revealed cautious expressions and transmitted their voices. "Wait for me up there. I will go down and take a look myself." The purple-haired lady had been to the star sea more than once and knew that many demonic beasts and demons liked to reside in the trenches. However, when she thought of the purpose of this trip, she decided to take the risk. "Captain, let me accompany you into the trench." The green-robed man transmitted his voice. "No, I can go down by myself." The purple-haired lady shook her head and said, "Wait for my news up there. If I run into any trouble, you just have to provide support in time." "All right then. Captain, be careful." The green-robed man and the others instructed. Swish! The purple-haired woman moved like an arrow that had just left the bow. She tore apart the layers of ice-cold seawater and flew towards the trench at an extremely fast speed. She explored the terrain of the trench and searched for the star ocean demons in it. "What's that?" As she swam, the purple-haired woman vaguely discovered streaks of red light and a huge shadow in the trench. "That's blood coral. Such a big blood coral." The purple-haired woman slowly approached the red light. She realized that the huge shadow was actually a giant blood coral. Judging from the size of the blood coral and the aura it gave off, the blood coral was at least 1,000,000 years old. If she brought it to the outside world, she could sell it for a sky-high price. Grand hand of Tao intent. The purple-haired woman roared. She quickly derived a powerful will of the way, condensing an extremely huge hand of will of the way. It grabbed at the huge blood coral, wanting to uproot it and take it away. "Despicable human, don't you dare taint my race's sacred item." Suddenly, a ferocious howl entered the purple-haired woman's ears. A large number of demons swam out from the depths of the trench and surrounded the purple-haired woman. This aura, a master-level astral demon. Sensing that an abnormally tall and sturdy astral demon with a black beard holding a coral staff had reached the demon lord realm, the purple-haired woman's beautiful face paled, revealing an expression of fear. "Run!" Facing an undefeatable enemy, the purple-haired woman only had one thought in her mind, and that was to run. "Lowly human, do you think you can escape?" The master-level astral demon let out an extremely ferocious voice. A powerful sound wave came from his mouth, like a thunderclap from the 9 heavens, resounding in the purple-haired woman's ears. It shook her soul, causing her 7 orifices to bleed in pain. "Am I going to die here?" A single roar from the master-level astral demon injured her soul. This caused the purple-haired woman's heart to fall to the bottom, revealing a deep sense of despair. At this time, the astral demons wielded various weapons and attacked her, wanting to kill the purple-haired woman who trespassed on their territory. Suddenly, the purple-haired woman's vision blurred, and a blurry figure appeared in front of her. The next moment, the astral demons wielding weapons seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. Their entire bodies exploded, turning into clouds of blood. It's you!" The purple-haired woman, who had just survived, revealed a look of disbelief when she saw the person who had saved her life. She would never have dreamed that the person who saved her would be the Yi Qin Feng she had always wanted to get rid of. There are more than 100 astral demons here. If I kill them all, will you give me the map of the astral sea? After instantly killing more than 20 astral ocean demons, Yi Qin Feng turned his head and looked at the dumbfounded, purple-haired woman. Okay. The purple-haired woman regained her senses and nodded mechanically. Die. After obtaining the purple-haired woman's agreement, Yi Qin Feng's body emitted a boundless sword aura and attacked the astral demons that were running for their lives in panic. In the blink of an eye, nearly 160 astral demons were instantly killed by Yi Qin Feng. Yi Qin Feng put away their demon cores that shone with faint starlight into a universe ring. This blood coral is not bad. I'll give it to you as well. After killing all the astral demons, Yi Qin Feng waved his hand and formed a giant hand that covered the sky. It easily uprooted the blood coral that weighed hundreds of millions of kilograms and stored it in the universe ring. Now, can you give me the map of the astral sea? Yi Qin Feng handed the universe ring that contained more than 100 demon cores and the giant blood coral to the purple-haired woman. Who are you? The purple-haired woman had never seen someone with such terrifying strength. I'm a human like you, Yi Qin Feng said indifferently. The purple-haired woman handed the map of the astral sea to Yi Qin Feng and thanked him from the bottom of her heart. Senior, thank you for saving my life. This map of the astral sea is yours. For the sake of this topographic map, I'll give you another opportunity. Using the God-Eater brain, Yi Qin Feng discovered that the meridians in the purple-haired woman's chest were severely blocked. He gently extended a finger and, under her slightly panicked gaze, pressed his finger between her towering breasts. The next moment, unparalleled sword will shot out from Yi Qin Feng's finger and penetrated the meridians in the purple-haired woman's chest. It crushed the pill toxins that were blocking her meridians and smoothed out her meridians. Open your mouth. The shy, purple-haired woman discovered the changes in her body. While her face was filled with shock, Yi Qin Feng's voice entered her ears. She instinctively opened her mouth and swallowed a milky white elixir. Bang! As soon as the milky white elixir entered her body, it instantly erupted with powerful medicinal strength, and it fused madly into her body with Yi Qin Feng's help. In less than the time for an incense stick to burn, the purple-haired woman had relied on the milky white elixir to surmount a difficult step and break through into the one-star Downlord realm. Thank you, Senior. Spider will never forget this. The purple-haired woman who'd recovered from her shock restrained the excitement in her heart, knelt down in the trench, and spoke with gratitude. All right, let's split up here. Chapter 1982. What a powerful suppressive force. This map of the universe was indeed correct. The war demon should be suppressed at the bottom of this trench. Yi Qin Feng put away the map of the universe in his hands. He glanced at the bottomless trench and flew over at an extremely fast speed. While flying towards the bottom of the trench, Yi Qin Feng encountered many powerful astral ocean demonic beasts that resided in the trench. Among them, there were even deity realm astral ocean demonic beasts. However, these demonic beasts posed no threat to Yi Qin Feng. In the blink of an eye, the astral ocean demonic beasts that attacked Yi Qin Feng turned into a bloody mist. About 2 hours later, Yi Qin Feng broke through the layers of restrictions and entered the bottom of the trench. He found an incomparably huge demon suppressing steel. Under the demon suppressing steel, there was a strangely shaped stone. Sealed within the stone was a burly demon. I've finally found you. Looking at the war demon suppressed by the demon suppressing steel, Yi Qin Feng revealed a faint smile. Human, how did you find this place? Suddenly, a deep voice entered Yi Qin Feng's ears. War demon, how about we make a deal? I'll help you escape, and you'll submit to me for 10,000 years. Yi Qin Feng looked at the war demon suppressed by the demon suppressing steel and replied loudly, Submit to you? The war demon revealed a trace of disdain and said, "Human brat, your appetite isn't small. You actually dare to have designs on this demon. Do you know that this demon can crush you with a single finger?" War demon, don't say such useless things. So what if your strength is heaven-defying? Can you escape from this demon-suppressing land? Although the war demon was terrifying, with Yi Qinfeng's current strength, he didn't fear it at all. All right, if you can help this demon escape, this demon agrees to submit to you for 10,000 years. The war demon said after pondering for a long time. War demon, I hope you don't lie to me. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Yi Qinfeng coldly warned. He endured the terrifying demon-suppressing steel's demon-suppressing power and approached the demon-suppressing steel. He reached out and grabbed a golden talisman stuck on the steel. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When Yi Qinfeng's finger came into contact with the golden talisman, streams of demon-suppressing power shot out from the golden talisman and attacked Yi Qinfeng. However, as his strength increased, Yi Qinfeng's invincible sword body became even more terrifying. The demon-suppressing power reflected by the golden talisman could not harm Yi Qinfeng in the slightest. Open. Enduring the attack of the golden talisman, Yi Qinfeng forcefully removed the golden talisman. Ka. Without the golden talisman, the demon-defending monument immediately cracked. The invincible demon chi from the war demon poured into the demon-defending monument and continued to crack it. Break for me! The war devil looked up to the sky and roared. A wave of territory power pushed open the sky and shattered the demon's sealing steel. Boom! When the demon-suppressing steel shattered, it immediately released a terrifying destructive power that bombarded Yi Qinfeng at close range, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. Ah, I can finally see the light of day again. The war devil let out an earth-shattering roar. It waved its arms and roared loudly at the bottom of the pitch-black trench, venting the pain of being suppressed for 1,000,000 years. Half-step virtual god. Sensing the incomplete territory power around the war devil, Yi Qinfeng was surprised. He was surprised that the war devil had broken through to half-step virtual god after 1,000,000 years of suppression. War devil, now that I've helped you out, can you fulfill your promise? Yi Qinfeng crawled up from the ground, walking step by step to the war devil, who was hissing loudly. Promise? What promise? The war devil looked at Yi Qinfeng again and said, Human kid, don't tell me you're so naive to think that I'll submit to you for 10,000 years. Why? Are you going back on your word? Yi Qinfeng frowned and asked in an unfriendly manner. Human kid, I realize that your naivety is kind of cute. The burly war devil said with a ferocious gaze, Since you've helped me out, I won't torture you. I'll leave you with a complete corpse. There's really no one I can trust among the demonic tribe. Yi Qinfeng shook his head as he felt the killing intent from the war devil's body. Forget it. Since you're not willing to submit to me, I'll beat you until you do. Ha ha ha, human kid, have you lost your mind? The war devil laughed arrogantly. Do you think you can hurt me with your ability? Whoosh! As soon as the war devil was done speaking, it suddenly realized that Yi Qinfeng had disappeared before its eyes. In the next second, Yi Qinfeng, who was burning his primordial blood, appeared in front of the war devil as if he had teleported under the 30-fold time acceleration. He threw a punch at the war devil's chest. The punch was extremely slow, but the war demon couldn't dodge it. The punch landed on its chest, and its entire body was sent flying. It landed heavily on the ground several hundred meters away. Do you think I can hurt you now? Yi Qinfeng, who had used time acceleration and time deceleration to send the war devil flying with a single punch, said calmly, Human kid, I'm going to kill you. The war devil crawled up from the ground in a sorry state. It was like an enraged lion as it roared furiously. It grabbed a piece of the demon's suppressing monument and attacked Yi Qinfeng. Chaos limitless. The war devil attacked with a shocking demonic aura. Yi Qinfeng immediately fused with the god's spirit heart and deduced the 4 ancestral Tao diagrams. He fused with the chaos divine tree's shadow and blasted out the limitless way. It destroyed the war devil's attack and the demon's suppressing monument fragment, sending it flying again. How can you have this kind of fighting power? After being blasted away by Yi Qinfeng, the war devil finally understood how terrifying Yi Qinfeng was. It widened its ferocious eyes and exclaimed in disbelief, "War devil, will you submit to me?" Yi Qinfeng asked domineeringly as he walked with heavy steps toward the war devil, whose face had turned pale with fright. "You want me to submit? Wait until your next life." The war devil was an arrogant creature. It wouldn't submit to anyone. It furiously roared and burned its powerful bloodline power. It created an invincible demonic technique and attacked Yi Qinfeng. Ancestral sword soul. Break. The invincible demonic technique created by the war devil attacked. Yi Qinfeng immediately summoned his ancestral sword soul to block the attack. Demon domain. Kill. The war devil suddenly approached Yi Qinfeng. It opened a powerful demon domain and covered Yi Qinfeng. It wanted to use the demon domain to kill Yi Qinfeng. Sword domain. As the demonic domain approached, Yi Qinfeng took a step forward and activated his sword domain. He instantly shattered the pitch-black demonic domain and attacked the war devil, who had turned pale with fright. How is this possible? How can you create a complete domain? Feeling the terror of the sword domain, the war devil's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. It exclaimed in disbelief, "Sword domain! Slash!" The war devil cried out. Yi Qinfeng controlled the sword domain to quickly condense it into an invincible sword. He slashed at the war devil, breaking the demon domain and sending it flying. Its strong body was almost cut in half by the sword domain. Will you submit or not? Yi Qinfeng looked down at the seriously injured war devil and asked in a domineering manner, "You want me to submit? Wait until your next life." The war devil never dreamed that its fate would be so rough. It had just escaped, and now it was in the jaws of a tiger. However, it was proud and arrogant. It would never submit to a human. It controlled its powerful bloodline power to suppress its injuries. At the same time, it fearlessly attacked Yi Qinfeng. However, it had just escaped, so it couldn't display its full strength. Chapter 1983. Are you going to surrender? Are you going to surrender? Yi Qinfeng showed no mercy. He activated his sword territory and kept attacking the war demon ferociously. The war demon was sent flying again and again, worsening its injuries. "I'm not going to surrender." The war demon, who was beaten senseless by Yi Qinfeng, let out an unyielding roar as it struggled to get up. However, the moment he got up, a huge footprint with a force of millions of kilograms stomped on his face, sending him flying. A large amount of blood gushed out from his nose. "War demon, I'd like to see how tough your bones are." After kicking the war demon away, Yi Qinfeng continued to attack it. The war demon was beaten so badly that it almost lost its ability to fight back. Although Yi Qinfeng still had the Soul Eater's brain with him, he was unwilling to use it on the combat devil since it could control a virtual god. "Kill me if you have the guts," the war demon said stubbornly as its injuries worsened and its consciousness blurred. "It's not that easy to die." Yi Qinfeng revealed a cold smirk. He summoned the white dragon rope and restrained the war demon's badly injured body. Then, Yi Qinfeng summoned a white porcelain jar from the universe mirror. He opened it in front of the war demon, revealing the worms that looked like white silkworms with a pair of sharp teeth. They were squirming nonstop. "War demon, aren't you very tough? I hope you'll still be so stubborn later." Yi Qinfeng transformed into a large number of light swords and penetrated the war demon's severely injured body. He sealed its source of energy by force, Then Yi Chen Feng used the Soul Eater's brain to seal its soul before pouring the entire jar of worms on the war demon's body. No, why do you have bloodthirsty worms? The war devil sensed that its broken body was constantly being drilled into by those white, silkworm-like insects. The heart-piercing pain spread all over its body. The war devil roared in pain and struggled with all its might. However, the source of his power was sealed, and he couldn't break free from the white dragon rope's binding. Meanwhile, a large number of bloodthirsty insects were attracted by the smell of blood from the war devil's broken body. They kept drilling into his body, devouring his flesh and blood. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. "Bastard, kill me if you dare!" The war devil rolled its blood-red eyes, angrily looking at Yi Chen Feng as it thundered. "Kill you?" Yi Chen Feng sneered and said, "Killing you is too easy, but I'm not here to kill you. I'm here to make you submit." "Impossible. Even the human emperor couldn't make me submit back then. You are even less worthy," the war demon said unyieldingly. "Human sovereign." Yi Chen Feng didn't expect that the one suppressing the war demon would be the human sovereign. "I have plenty of time to play with you. When all your flesh is devoured by the bloodthirsty worms, I will find another body for you so that your soul can parasitize and continue to devour." "You!" Yi Chen Feng's words made the war demon despair. It wasn't afraid of trouble, but it was afraid of endless torture. "Human brat, you win. I'm willing to submit." Yi Chen Feng's words completely destroyed the war demon's psychological defenses, making it fearful and desperate. It had no choice but to submit. "No, it's still too early. I want to see how strong your backbone is." Although the war demon verbally chose to submit, Yi Chen Feng wasn't going to let it go after being tricked once. He sat cross-legged beside it, watching the bloodthirsty worms devour the war demon's flesh and torment it. "You, what are you waiting for? I've already submitted. Are you still not going to let me go?" The war demon, whose flesh was constantly being devoured and whose mind was on the verge of collapse, angrily roared. "I don't believe you." Yi Chen Feng shook his head and said, "I can swear that as long as you let me go, I will submit to you for 10,000 years. The despairing war demon had no choice but to lower its noble head and say in pain, "I'm tired. I'll take a nap first. When I wake up, we can talk." Yi Chen Feng yawned and said, "Human race, brat. You're a villain who goes back on his words. You won't have a good ending. Human race, brat. I know I was wrong. I beg you, let me go. Hey, are you deaf? Hurry up and wake up. Submit. I'm really willing to submit." Under the devouring of the bloodthirsty worms, the war demon's mind was on the verge of collapse. It kept shouting at the top of its lungs. As it roared, a large number of bloodthirsty worms drilled into its mouth and down its throat into its body. It deeply experienced the feeling of hovering between life and death. It was an excruciating pain that made it want to die. "War demon, you're not lying to me this time, right?" When the war devil was tortured to the point where it was on the verge of schizophrenia, Yi Chen Feng opened his tightly shut eyes and said slowly, "No, I'm really willing to submit. I submit." The war demon was truly scared and weakly shouted, "All right, I hope you're not lying to me. Otherwise, I'll make sure you experience 10 times more painful torture." With that, Yi Chen Feng gently patted the white jade jar and called back the bloodthirsty worms that had devoured a large amount of flesh and blood back into the jar. He resealed it and put it back into the universe mirror. "Don't resist. Come to the spatial treasure." Even though the war demon seemed to have truly submitted, Yi Chen Feng was still not at ease with it. So he teleported it into the universe mirror. What is this place?" Feeling the 50 times faster flow of time and the rich immortal spirit energy in the universe mirror, the war demon widened its eyes and asked in shock, "War demon, you also have so much nonsense to say?" Yi Chen Feng coldly said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Right now, I have a question for you. I hope you can answer honestly. Are you really suppressed by the mortal emperor? Yes, I was really suppressed by that fake mortal emperor. The war demon weakly said, the mortal emperor wanted to suppress me and use me to slowly erode the evil race. However, I didn't agree, so he suppressed me here. Hypocrite! Yi Qinfeng slightly furrowed his brows and said, since I've chosen to serve you for 10,000 years, I won't hide it from you. Even though you're from the human race, you better be careful of the mortal emperor. He's definitely a hypocrite from head to toe. His ambition isn't just to be the emperor of the human race. The war demon revealed an important piece of information to Yi Qinfeng. What do you know? Yi Qinfeng slightly furrowed his brows. He didn't think that he would unexpectedly obtain important information about the mortal emperor from the war demon. Do you know why the human race only has 2 sacred grounds in the void god realm? The war demon asked. This is also related to the mortal emperor? Yi Qinfeng's brows furrowed even tighter. Correct. In the ancient era, the human race had many sacred grounds. However, in the end, only the Kunlun sacred ground and the Ascension Palace were left. According to a secret that I accidentally discovered, the human sacred grounds weren't destroyed by other races, but by the mortal emperor. The war demon nodded and said, is what you said true? Yi Qinfeng's heart was in turmoil. It's absolutely true. According to my guess, the reason why the mortal emperor left the Ascension Palace behind wasn't because he couldn't destroy the Ascension Palace. Instead, he secretly controlled them. The war demon continued. The Ascension Palace was secretly controlled by the mortal emperor. Yi Qinfeng's face instantly turned gloomy. War demon, you better not lie to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. It's up to you to believe it or not. However, all of this is true. The war demon said, the mortal emperor did this because he wanted to secretly control the entire human race. He wanted to use the human race as a stepping stone so that he could stand out among the other races and become the only god. Become a god. Although Yi Qinfeng didn't completely believe the war demon's words, the temptation of becoming a god could indeed make one lose their nature and do some crazy things. Just as Yi Qinfeng was in deep thought and slowly digesting the important information that the war demon revealed to him, a terrifying aura surged under the divine wood of time and evolved into a large number of illusions. This is someone entering the virtual god realm. Looking at the mysterious illusions that appeared in the distance, the war demon and a large number of eyes said in shock. Chapter 1984. Bang! A towering water column exploded in the depths of the star ocean. It was like a long dragon laughing at the 9 heavens, shooting straight into the clouds. After leaving the demon suppression land, Yi Qinfeng flew out of the star ocean at an extremely fast speed. He wanted to go to the dimensional portal where the spiritual fish had ascended and descend directly. Danger! As Yi Qinfeng flew above the star ocean at an extremely fast speed, the God-Eater brain that was deducing at an extremely fast speed suddenly sensed danger. It was shocked and dodged instinctively. Swish! The moment Yi Qinfeng dodged, a long sword mark tore the space apart. It instantly covered hundreds of meters, cutting the space apart. Who's there? Sensing the space energy lingering in the air, Yi Qinfeng's expression changed slightly. He looked at a white cloud floating in the distance and said solemnly, "Nice reaction." The slowly drifting white cloud suddenly split open, and a man shrouded in black light slowly walked down from the clouds, exuding dense devil chi. A virtual god. Although the aura of the man in black light was not strong, Yi Qinfeng could confirm his ability when he stared at him. Moreover, Yi Qinfeng had a feeling that the man in black light was not an ordinary virtual god. His ability was most likely at mid-level virtual god. Could it be him? Yi Qinfeng had just rescued the suppressed war demon and was immediately attacked by a suspected mid-level virtual god. Thinking about what War Demon had said, the man's identity gradually appeared in Yi Qinfeng's mind. I have no grudge against you. Why did you attack me? Yi Qinfeng tried to calm himself down and asked softly while looking at the man in black light. There aren't so many whys in this world. The man in black light said coldly, I want to kill you, so you have to die. It seems like my existence is a threat to you. Yi Qinfeng said calmly. He wanted to confirm his guess through the clues revealed in his words. You think too highly of yourself. The man in black light said, although you're talented, you're not a threat to me. However, you've ruined my plans time and time again, so you deserve to die. Very well. Let's see how you're going to kill me. As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng burned his primordial bloodline and integrated the god's heart and the chaotic dharma that he had just broken through to virtual god level. He elevated his ability to the peak of low-level virtual god level. Sensing Yi Qinfeng's sudden increase in strength, the black-radiated man revealed a look of surprise. He was surprised that Yi Qinfeng still possessed such a technique. One had to know that there was an insurmountable gap in strength between a grade 5 progenitor and a low-level virtual god. However, Yi Qinfeng could instantly elevate his combat strength to a low-level virtual god, so the secret he was hiding was definitely extraordinary. I've underestimated you. The man in black light said in a low voice. He had developed a strong interest in Yi Qinfeng's secrets. However, no matter how heaven-defying your methods are, it's useless. You won't be able to escape today. As he spoke, the man in black launched a fierce attack on Yi Qinfeng. He wanted to capture him alive and force him to reveal his secrets. Invincible sword body, sword territory. As the man in black light attacked, Yi Qinfeng immediately activated his invincible sword body and opened up his sword territory, attacking the man in black light with all his might. Ka. As he was attacked by the sword territory, the man in black light immediately threw a punch. The terrifying fist gleam destroyed the sword territory's attack as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It also blasted a huge hole in the sword territory, forcing Yi Qinfeng to dodge with all his might. While Yi Qinfeng was dodging, the man in black light threw a few punches at Yi Qinfeng one after another, aiming to kill him. With every punch, the space within a few miles would shatter. The terrifying fist gleam continued to shatter Yi Qinfeng's attacks, threatening his life. Fortunately, the Chaos Dharma idol had a breakthrough after devouring the divine wood of time. After comprehending the time law contained in the divine wood of time, Yi Qinfeng merged with the Chaos Dharma idol and instantly grasped the 50-fold time acceleration and deceleration law. Under the 50-fold time acceleration, Yi Qinfeng shifted around in the chaotic space, creating illusory afterimages as he constantly dodged the man in black light's attacks. While dodging rapidly, Yi Qinfeng was constantly looking for an opportunity to break out of the encirclement and escape. Black Devil Sky-Covering Seal. As Yi Qinfeng dodged his attacks continuously, the man in black light immediately executed his ultimate move. Billowing demonic aura gushed out from his body and instantly condensed into a huge demonic seal. It was like a towering mountain that smashed towards Yi Qinfeng. Undying Wings Amplitude. As the Black Devil Sky-Covering Seal smashed over, Yi Qinfeng immediately summoned the Undying Wings and once again increased his speed. He tore through the layers of air and tried his best to break out of the encirclement. However, the moment Yi Qinfeng broke out of the encirclement, his vision blurred. The man in black light appeared in front of him as though he had teleported. He interweaved a large number of attacks and attacked Yi Qinfeng, trying to force him to retreat. Myriad swords returned to origin. Myriad gods tribulation. Infinite chaos. Facing the man in black light's close attack, Yi Qinfeng didn't dodge. He activated the strongest power of the invincible sword physique and instantly struck out 3 supreme mystical abilities to meet the man in black light's attack. Boom! 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 A series of earth-shattering explosions resounded above the sea of stars. The terrifying power instantly collapsed the dozens of seas in the surrounding area, creating a vacuum zone thousands of meters deep. Countless creatures in the sea were annihilated. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. After facing the man in black light's attack head-on, Yi Qinfeng was immediately injured by the powerful recoil. A large amount of blood spurted out from his mouth. All the meridians in his body were torn apart by the violent power that surged into his body. Tao of equipment manipulation. Divine sword sky-devouring slash. Yi Qinfeng ignored the injuries on his body and quickly executed the Tao of equipment manipulation. He activated the divine patterns on the sky-devouring sword and slashed a fatal strike at the man in black light. TSK. As the sword slashed down, the space was torn apart. The terrifying divine sword radiance slashed apart the man in black light's attack and slashed towards his body, forcing him to dodge to the side. The moment the man in black light dodged, Yi Qinfeng immediately increased his speed to the limit and escaped from the sea of stars at an extremely fast speed. Die. After Yi Qinfeng broke out of the encirclement, the man in black light immediately slashed at Yi Qinfeng. The power of this slash was even more terrifying than the divine sword sky-devouring slash. With this slash, a spatial crack that was thousands of nautical miles long appeared in the entire space. The slash pierced through Yi Qinfeng's chest. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. After his chest was pierced by the invincible sword radiance, Yi Qinfeng immediately executed the undying divine ability. However, the power of this slash was too terrifying. Even the undying divine ability couldn't heal Yi Qinfeng's injuries. Large amounts of blood spurted out uncontrollably from his mouth. However, at this moment, Yi Qinfeng didn't slow down. He burned his life source blood at all costs to increase his speed and escape with all his might. This was because he knew that if he couldn't escape, the man in black light could definitely take his life. During the exchange, although the man in black light had executed the demon race's mystiques, Yi Qinfeng could sense that he was deliberately hiding something. He basically confirmed his identity. Yi Qinfeng escaped with extreme speed. The man in black light pursued closely and was determined to kill Yi Qinfeng. Time acceleration, accelerate. Feeling that the man in black light was getting closer and closer, Yi Qinfeng used the Chaos Avatar to forcefully suppress his injuries and the remnant power of the divine sword. He constantly increased his speed by 50 times and escaped with all his might. Soon, the two of them crossed the boundless sea of stars and flew towards the spatial teleportation array that led to the lower domain. Explode for me. Unable to shake off the man in black light's pursuit, Yi Qinfeng constantly took out treasures that contained the power of self-destruction and attacked the man in black light. He was thinking of all ways to slow down the man in black light. After about 3 days, Yi Qinfeng and the man in black light crossed the vast star region of the 100 Battle Star region and arrived at the place where the spatial teleportation array was hidden according to the spirit fish. Tao of equipment manipulation slash. The god-devouring brain, which was rapidly deducing, discovered the spatial teleportation array. Yi Qinfeng immediately executed the Tao of equipment manipulation and slashed at the man in black light who was chasing relentlessly with the divine sword, sky-devouring divine sword. As the sky-devouring divine sword radiance attacked, the man in black light didn't dodge. Instead, he slashed the invincible divine sword and met it head-on. The two invincible divine sword radiance clashed in the void and instantly erupted with light that was more dazzling than the sun. Spatial teleportation array, activate. Making use of the sky-devouring divine sword's obstruction, Yi Qinfeng appeared at the location of the spatial teleportation array and quickly activated it. Die. When Yi Qinfeng was teleported away by the spatial teleportation array, the man in black light slashed the invincible divine sword at the teleportation light beam. PFFF. The moment Yi Qinfeng was struck by the sword, he was also teleported away by the teleportation light beam and disappeared. Chapter 1985. The Blue Thunder Mountain Range was a huge mountain range in the northwest of the soul-fighting continent. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the mountains from time to time. Demonic beasts roamed about, making it very dangerous. Rumble. Suddenly, a blurry figure fell from the sky and landed in the depths of the Blue Thunder Mountain Range. The terrifying impact flattened an area of several miles around the Blue Thunder Mountain Range. What happened up ahead? Why is there such a terrifying destructive force? Looking at the chaotic space in the distance, a gray-robed old man with a slightly sallow face and traces of blood on his body suddenly became alert. Elder Chiu, do you think a treasure has appeared? A middle-aged man with a deep scar on his face and sharp eyes looked at the flattened mountain range and asked in a low voice, "It doesn't look like it. I have never seen a treasure with such destructive power." The gray-robed old man shook his head and said, "Su Lin, go ahead and take a look. See what happened." "Yes, Elder Chiu." A short but extremely agile man nodded. He retracted his aura and quickly approached the dust-filled mountain area where the aftershocks had yet to subside. After a while, Su Lin returned with a man who was covered in blood and had a weak aura. He was unconscious. The man on his shoulder was the severely injured Yi Qinfeng, who had escaped to the lower realm through the space transmission array. Originally, the space transmission array should have sent Yi Qinfeng to Sky Beyond, but the sword of the man in black light had not only severely injured Yi Qinfeng, but also damaged the transmission array. If Yi Qinfeng had not forcefully torn open the space transmission array before he fainted, he would have been in a very dangerous situation with his injuries. "Su Lin, who did you bring back?" Looking at the unconscious Yi Qinfeng on Su Lin's shoulder, Elder Chiu frowned slightly and asked in a low voice, "I found this person in the mountains up ahead. He is very likely unlucky and was heavily injured by the destructive force just now." Su Lin said, "Su Lin, in the area up ahead, apart from this person, did you find anything else?" Elder Chiu frowned slightly. "No." Su Lin shook his head and said, "I didn't find any traces of treasures in the mountains ahead, nor did I find anyone suspicious." "Elder Chiu, this person's origins are unknown, and we are in danger. Why don't we abandon him and let him fend for himself?" The scarred man glanced at Yi Qinfeng, who was severely injured and seemed to be on the verge of death, and said, "All right." Elder Chiu nodded and said, just as Su Lin placed Yi Qinfeng on the ground and was about to leave, the unconscious Yi Qinfeng suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. He's awake. He actually woke up after suffering such heavy injuries. Seeing Yi Qinfeng suddenly awaken, Elder Chiu and the others were surprised. They were shocked by Yi Qinfeng's tenacious vitality. "Grandpa Chiu, since this person is not destined to die, why don't we save him?" A young man with a slightly pale complexion, who was not very tall, wore gorgeous clothes, looked at Yi Qinfeng, who was severely injured and unconscious once again. He felt pity for him and begged softly, "Young master, we can't even protect ourselves now. Bringing him along will only harm him." Elder Chiu glanced at the dying Yi Qinfeng and said with some difficulty, "But if we abandon him, he will still die." The young man in luxurious clothes couldn't help but say, "All right, then let's bring him along and leave Green Thunder Mountain first." In the end, under the pleas of the young man in luxurious clothes, Elder Chiu, who was a level 3 combat beast emperor, made a prompt decision. He ordered someone to carry the unconscious Yi Qinfeng and continue to cross Green Thunder Mountain. At this time, Yi Qinfeng seemed to be unconscious, but his consciousness was very clear. He controlled the chaos divine would to continuously devour the remaining invincible sword power in his body. As long as he dispelled the sword power that was constantly destroying his body with his means and foundation, he could heal his body in minutes. About 8 hours later, The sky gradually darkened. Elder Chiu and his group arrived at a secluded valley in the Blue Thunder Mountain to take a rest. Gulp! The unconscious Yi Qinfeng felt a cool spring water flowing down his throat and into his body. He woke up from his coma once again. Through the burning bonfire, Yi Qinfeng saw that the person who fed him water was a young man in luxurious clothes who begged Elder Chiu to save him. Staring at the slightly sallow face of the young man in luxurious clothes, Yi Qinfeng vaguely felt a sense of familiarity from his facial features, as if he was an old friend's descendant. "You're awake." Seeing Yi Qinfeng wake up from his coma, the young man in luxurious clothes was overjoyed and quickly asked, "Thank you for saving me." Looking at the happy young man in luxurious clothes, Yi Qinfeng smiled and said softly. Elder Chiu and the others slowly walked over and asked, "Little brother, who are you? Why are you in Green Thunder Mountain? What happened in Green Thunder Mountain before you fainted?" "My surname is Yi. I'm just passing by. I don't know what happened." Yi Qinfeng didn't want to be too high profile in the lower realm this time, so he vaguely said, "Little brother, since you're awake, let's part ways here." Thinking of his own situation, Elder Chiu really didn't want to bring a burden with him. "Everyone, are you in trouble? If so, I can help you." Yi Qinfeng slowly sat up and said. However, his injuries were too serious. His voice was extremely weak, as if he could faint at any time. "You're going to help us?" Su Lin and the others smiled in disbelief. They didn't believe that the dying Yi Qinfeng could help them. "Grandpa Chiu, let's take Big Brother Yi with us. If we abandon him like this, he might really be in danger." The young man in luxurious clothes said kindly, "Sai, all right then. When we leave Green Thunder Mountain, we'll find a safe place to settle him down." Elder Chiu sighed softly. The night was silent. After a night of recuperation, the chaos divine would devour a portion of the terrifying sword power. Yi Qinfeng's injuries slowly improved. At dawn, Elder Chiu and the others left the valley and continued to cross the Green Thunder Mountain. "Big Brother Yi, don't force yourself. If you can't hold on, I'll support you." Seeing Yi Qinfeng insist on not letting others support him and shuttling through the forest, the young man in luxurious clothes said worriedly, "Don't worry about me. I'm fine." Yi Qinfeng said with a smile. He had a good impression of the young man in luxurious clothes. "Elder Chiu, that person is not simple. Yesterday he was on the verge of death, but in just one night he was actually able to walk on his own. Furthermore, he followed us closely without falling behind. Do you think there will be any problems with him?" Seeing Yi Qinfeng closely following them, many people were worried. "Let's not worry about that first. I estimate that we'll be able to cross the Green Thunder Mountain by evening. At that time, we'll part ways with him. If he continues to follow us, then there's a problem with him. At that time, it won't be too late for us to work together to kill him." Elder Chiu said telepathically, "Ao, ao, ao." Suddenly, a series of angry roars rang out. Sensing the faint smell of blood coming from Elder Chiu and the others, two huge violent earth bears, each about 30 zhang tall and at least level 6 heavenly beasts, appeared from behind a thick thicket, blocking their path. "Not good, it's the violent earth bears." Seeing the two violent earth bears suddenly appear in front of them with their bloody mouths wide open and roaring at them, Elder Chiu and the others' faces changed drastically. From the terrifying aura emitted by the two violent earth bears, their strength was equivalent to a level 2 combat beast emperor. They brought great pressure to Elder Chiu and the others. "Leave these two violent earth bears to me. You guys quickly bring the young master and escape." At this critical moment, Elder Chiu, who was a level 3 combat beast emperor, stepped forward and prepared to take on the two violent earth bears by himself. Seeing the two violent earth bears pouncing at them, Yi Qinfeng, who was at the back of the group, glanced at the two violent earth bears. Chapter 1986. They ran away. The two violent earth bears ran away. What the hell is going on? Elder Chiu and the others were dumbfounded when they saw the violent earth bears, which were known for their ferocity, running away like two frightened rabbits. They could not believe what had just happened. "Don't just stand there. Let's get out of here, quickly," Elder Chiu, who had regained his senses, said loudly. He immediately led the survivors and continued to cross the Blue Thunder mountain range. As they traversed the Green Lightning mountain range, the unlucky Elder Chiu and the rest were attacked by several terrifying heavenly beasts. However, like the violent earth bear, these heavenly beasts were all scared away by Yi Qinfeng's sharp gaze, causing Elder Chiu and the rest to scratch their heads in confusion. When it was almost evening, Elder Chiu and the others crossed the Blue Thunder mountain range safely. Huff, huff, we finally crossed the Blue Thunder mountain range. We should be safe now. After successfully crossing the Blue Thunder mountain range, Elder Chiu and the others breathed a sigh of relief, showing the joy of surviving a disaster. "Little brother," after leaving the Blue Thunder mountain range, "your crisis should be over. Why don't we part ways here?" Elder Chiu took out hundreds of high-grade soul crystals and said, "These soul crystals are for you. They should be enough for you to live for a while." "No hurry. It won't be too late for me to leave after I help you solve the crisis." Yi Qinfeng did not take the high-grade soul crystals and shook his head. "What do you mean?" Elder Chiu and the others' faces changed slightly. "Look behind you." Yi Qinfeng pointed at the lush forest behind Elder Chiu and the others. "Not good. It's the Western demon sex people." Elder Chiu and the others' faces changed when they saw more than 10 men wearing black robes with the word demon embroidered on them flying at an extremely fast speed. How did they know our whereabouts? The Blue Thunder mountain range was extremely vast. It was very difficult to accurately intercept them at the other end of the Blue Thunder mountain range. Is there a traitor among us? Thinking of this, Elder Chiu and the others looked at Yi Qinfeng angrily. "Western demon sect." Yi Qinfeng frowned slightly and said, "Don't look at me like that. I didn't betray you." "Who else could it be if not you? I was really blind back then to actually save an ungrateful traitor like you." The skinny Su Lin roared angrily. "Believe it or not, but I'm not the traitor." Yi Qinfeng shook his head and pointed at the man with the scar on his face. "He is the real traitor. He leaked your whereabouts." "Impossible. Brother Lei can't be a traitor." Su Lin shook his head and refuted loudly. "No, he's right. I was the one who leaked your whereabouts." With the appearance of the Western devil sex expert, the scarred man no longer concealed his identity and revealed a savage smile. "Lei Hong, you actually betrayed His Majesty." Elder Chiu and the others widened their eyes, not daring to imagine that the always loyal Lei Hong would betray them. "If His Majesty was still alive, I would never betray him. Unfortunately, His Majesty is dead, and the Eastern continent has changed. I have to rely on a stronger backer," Lei Hong said mercilessly. "His Majesty? Is His Majesty the King of Massacre?" Yi Qinfeng heard some suspicions from their conversation, and his face instantly turned gloomy. "Yes, these wolves killed my father and kidnapped my sister in order to annex the Eastern continent." The well-dressed young man clenched his fists and said angrily, "So you are Blood River's son." Yi Qinfeng finally knew why the well-dressed young man's face was so familiar. He was actually the son of the King of Massacre. But what he didn't expect was that the King of Massacre who had always followed him was actually dead, and the person who killed him was most likely Mo Fengyan. "Brother, you know my father?" Hearing Yi Qinfeng say the King of Massacre's real name, the well-dressed young man revealed a shocked expression. Was Blood River killed by Mo Fengyan? Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. "Yes, my father was killed by that wolf, Mo Fengyan." The well-dressed young man nodded and said with red eyes, "What about Shadow Ghost? Wasn't your father protected by Shadow Ghost?" Yi Qin-feng didn't expect Mo Fengyan to have the guts to betray him. Shadow Ghost also betrayed us. If it wasn't for Shadow Ghost severely injuring my father, that bastard Mo Fengyan wouldn't have been able to kill him. The well-dressed young man said with hatred. This Mo Fengyan is really something. He actually tricked Shadow Ghost into betraying us. Yi Qin-feng frowned even more. Did Ikaku also betray us? Uncle Ikaku didn't betray us. He was killed by Mo Fengyan, Shadow Ghost, and Golden Iron Ape in order to protect my sister and me. The well-dressed young man said. Who exactly are you? Elder Chiu didn't expect Yi Qin-feng to know about Shadow Ghost and Ikaku's existence. He felt that Yi Qin-feng wasn't simple. I am an old friend of Blood River. Yi Qin-feng sighed softly and said, I am also responsible for his death. But don't worry, I will avenge you. I will make Mo Fengyan kneel in front of Blood River's grave and repent. Make Sect Master repent? Lei Hong snorted and said, Brat, who do you think you are? I think you're tired of living. Shut up. Yi Qin-feng's pupils shrunk. He slapped the air and shattered the void. Lei Hong, who was a first-grade combat beast emperor, was sent flying. He exploded into a cloud of blood in the air and died on the spot. Witnessing the scene, everyone present was dumbfounded. Shattering the void with a single palm strike and exploding a level 1 beast emperor, Yi Qin-feng's strength had exceeded Elder Chiu's and the others' imagination. The experts of the West Devil Sect, who were blocking Yi Qin-feng's path, revealed a terrified expression. Who are you? Are you sure you want to meddle in our business? The leader of the Western Devil Sect summoned a heavenly treasure that floated above his head. He glared at Yi Qin-feng and shouted loudly, Tell me, where is Mo Fengyan now? Yi Qin-feng's cold eyes swept across the dozen or so experts of the Western Devil Sect as he ordered, Tell me, where is Mo Fengyan now? The leader of the Western Devil Sect braced himself and warned, I'm warning you, the entire outer continent is controlled by Sect Master Mo now. You won't have a good ending if you go against Sect Master Mo. You talk too much nonsense. Yi Qin-feng lost his patience. He gently raised his right hand and sucked him over. He then used the God-Eater brain to search his soul. What are you all standing there for? Attack together and kill him. The leader of the Western Devil Sect, who was controlled by Yi Qin-feng and was scared out of his wits, ordered in horror. However, before the dazzling heavenly treasures could touch Yi Qin-feng's body, they were shattered by the terrifying energy in his body. In the next moment, Yi Qin-feng took a step forward. A terrifying energy gushed out from the bottom of his feet. Dense water ripples appeared in the air, covering a radius of a few miles. The dozen or so experts of the Western Devil Sect who couldn't dodge in time were shattered into pieces and died on the spot. Who are you? Seeing Yi Qin-feng kill more than a dozen experts of the Western Devil Sect with a single kick, the leader of the Western Devil Sect was scared out of his wits and asked in horror, I'm the master of Mo Fengyan. Yi Qin-feng's voice rang out in the leader's mind. In the next moment, Yi Qin-feng exerted a little force with his right hand and crushed the leader's skull. Under the leader's horrified gaze, he was killed. Sir, who are you? Elder Chiu and the others were deeply shocked by Yi Qin-feng's monstrous strength and merciless slaughter. They didn't expect that the person they saved out of kindness would be a heavenly master. When you see Mo Fengyan, you'll naturally know who I am. Yi Qin-feng said indifferently, Let's go to the East Sea City and save Shui, his daughter. Chapter 1987. East Sea City. We have arrived at East Sea City in such a short time. The Azure Lightning Mountain Range was extremely far from East Sea City. Even if one rode a heavenly beast, it would still take a few days. However, Elder Chiu and the rest found out that they had crossed the vast territory of the eastern continent and arrived outside East Sea City in just an hour. They were in disbelief. However, they did not know that Yi Qin-feng had not recovered from his injuries and could not unleash his full strength. Otherwise, they would have appeared outside East Sea City in an instant. Let's go. Let's enter the city. Yi Qinfeng raised his head and looked at the familiar East Sea City gate. He led the excited Elder Chiu and the rest into the bustling and prosperous East Sea City. The news of Elder Chiu and the rest appearing in East Sea City had also reached the ears of the East Sea City Lord. What? Elder Chiu and the rest appeared in East Sea City? Are you sure? The East Sea City Lord, who was wearing a dark blue robe, had a square face and a black beard around his mouth. He was a level 4 combat beast emperor. He put down the teacup in his hand and opened his eyes wide in disbelief. According to the information he had received, Elder Chiu and the rest should be near the Azure Lightning Mountain Range. They should not have appeared in East Sea City. Lord, at first, we did not believe that they would walk right into the trap. However, according to our observations, they are indeed Elder Chiu and the rest. The Lord's informant said with certainty, no, they would never walk right into the trap. They must have something to rely on since they dared to come to my East Sea City. The Lord of East Sea City pondered for a while and said with a solemn face, continue to observe their whereabouts. I will go and ask Elder Iron Ape. After saying that, the Lord of East Sea City, who had smelled something unusual, went to the backyard and entered the secret room where the golden Iron Ape was cultivating. Elder Iron Ape, I have something to report. The Lord of East Sea City stood outside the secret room and said respectfully, what happened? The golden Iron Ape, who was soaking in the spiritual pool and had just broken through to low-grade sacred beast, opened its bell-like eyes and asked impatiently, the King of Massacre's son, Elder Chiu and the rest have appeared in East Sea City. The Lord of East Sea City did not dare to enter the secret room and disturb the golden Iron Ape's cultivation. Disturb my cultivation because of this trivial matter? Are you tired of living? The golden-haired Iron Ape said furiously, Senior Iron Ape, please calm down. The Lord of Eastern Sea City was terrified by the golden-furred Iron Ape. He explained in fear, this matter is a little strange. If they did not have absolute confidence, they would not dare to take the risk and come to my Eastern Sea City. Backing? What's your backing? The golden-furred Iron Ape said arrogantly, the passage to the central world has already been sealed by the Devil Sect leader. Who do you think will come and save them now? What is this? Hurry up and scram. If you continue to disturb this king's cultivation, this king will tear you apart. The golden-haired Iron Ape fiercely berated. Yes. The Lord of East Sea City didn't dare to say anything more. He turned around and wanted to leave. Golden Hair, I know you're here. Come out and meet me. Suddenly, a deep and resounding voice boomed above the East Sea Castellan Manor like a thunderclap, causing the entire space to tremble. Damn it, how dare you? Watch as this king goes out and exterminates him. Although the golden-furred Iron Ape felt that this voice was vaguely familiar, it didn't even consider the possibility of Yi Qinfeng descending to the lower realm. It took a step out of the huge spiritual pool, put on a loose golden robe, and walked out of the secret chamber. At this time, chaos broke out outside the Castellan Manor. The impregnable Castellan Manor's gate was shattered by Yi Qinfeng's stomp. More than 10 experts of the Castellan Manor were sent flying by Yi Qinfeng with a wave of his hand. They fell to the ground a few hundred meters away and couldn't get up. Qiuming, you've got guts. You actually dared to ask for reinforcements to cause trouble in Eastern Sea City. I will skin you alive today. An old man wearing a dark green robe with a poisonous python coiled around his arm and a long beard walked out of the chaotic manor. He glared at Yi Qinfeng and his group. Young Master Yi, this man is the right-hand man of Eastern Sea City's Castellan. He is a level 5 beast emperor and his arm. Elder Chiu explained the green-robed old man's background through telepathy. However, before he could finish, Yi Qinfeng stretched out his hand and condensed a huge palm out of thin air. It directly crushed the green-robed old man and the poisonous python in his hand into meat paste, killing them on the spot. Just a small fry, there's no need for an introduction. After killing the green-robed old man with a single palm, Yi Qinfeng's expression didn't change as he said indifferently, "Small fry, a level 5 beastemper is a small fry." Elder Qiu and the rest revealed a bitter smile. They couldn't imagine how terrifying Yi Qinfeng's strength was. Ao, which small fry called this king's name just now? The golden-furred iron ape with blood-red eyes and sharp fangs appeared together with the castellan of Eastern Sea City and roared ferociously. Not good, the golden-furred iron ape is actually an Eastern Sea City. Elder Qiu and the rest knew how terrifying the golden-furred iron ape was. Facing it, they couldn't help but lack courage and fear. Golden-furred iron ape, I haven't seen you for 100 years. You're getting bolder and bolder. Yi Qinfeng's deep eyes emitted a cold light as he swept his gaze across the golden-furred iron ape with murderous intent and said coldly, "Wang." When the golden-furred iron ape with blood-red eyes saw Yi Qinfeng in white, it felt as if it was struck by lightning. Its soul trembled and it was stunned. "Brat, I don't care who you are. Today I, the castellan, will skin you alive." The castellan of Eastern Sea City didn't recognize Yi Qinfeng and didn't notice the golden-furred iron ape's terrified look. "Pa!" Just as he finished his words, the golden-furred iron ape stretched out its furry hand and slapped the castellan of Eastern Sea City. The terrifying strength of the slap almost caused the castellan of Eastern Sea City's head to explode. Large amounts of blood flowed out from his 7 orifices as he fell to the ground. "Senior Iron Ape, you." The castellan of Eastern Sea City didn't even dream that the golden-furred iron ape would slap him in public. He was stunned, but in the next moment he saw the sacred and inviolable golden-furred iron ape in front of him. He trembled in fear and knelt on the ground in front of everyone, constantly kowtowing. "Young Master Yi, I know my mistake. I really know my mistake. I beg you to spare me. I won't dare to do it again." The golden-furred iron ape was really afraid and kept begging for Yi Qinfeng to spare it. "Golden Fur, you have disappointed me." Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said, "Let me ask you, is Shui He's death related to you?" No. The golden-furred iron ape shook its head vigorously and said, "Shui He was killed by Mo Fengyin. It has nothing to do with me." "Is that so? Then why didn't you stop Mo Fengyin when he killed Shui He?" Yi Qinfeng didn't believe the golden-furred iron ape's words at all. He said coldly, "Moreover, I see that you have been living quite comfortably recently. It seems like Mo Fengyin has given you quite a lot of benefits." "Young Master Yi, I know my mistake. I am willing to atone for my sins by helping you deal with Mo Fengyin." One had to know that Yi Qinfeng would suddenly descend to the lower realm. Even if it was given 100 guts, it wouldn't dare to betray him. But at this moment, it knew that no matter how much it explained, it would be useless. If it wanted to live, it could only obtain Yi Qinfeng's forgiveness. "Do I need your help to kill Mo Fengyin?" Yi Qinfeng said with a murderous aura. "Golden Fur, come over and let me search your soul. If Shui He's death really has nothing to do with you, I can spare your life." Yes. The golden-furred iron ape struggled to get up. When it walked towards Yi Qinfeng, it suddenly ignited its powerful blood and used blood escape to escape. Humph! The moment the golden-furred iron ape tried to escape, Yi Qinfeng snorted coldly. Suddenly, the golden-furred iron ape's body exploded in the void and turned into a cloud of blood mist. It died on the spot. With a snort, he killed the low-grade, sacred beast golden-furred iron ape in an instant. Chapter 1988. Plop! Plop! Witnessing Yi Qinfeng's shocking methods, the Eastern Sea City Lord and the others, who had been so aggressive just a moment ago, were so scared that they all knelt on the ground and kowtowed continuously, begging Yi Qinfeng to spare their lives. Yi Qinfeng did not start a massacre and only killed the East Sea governor and a few others. After killing the golden-furred iron ape and the East Sea governor, Yi Qinfeng unexpectedly found out that Xue, his daughter, had been secretly sent to the top city in the eastern continent, East Saint City. Let's go to East Saint City. In order to save Xue, his daughter, Yi Qinfeng did not waste any time. He summoned a transcendent, sacred artifact worship and brought the stunned Elder Qiu and the others to East Saint City, which was built on the old site of the Yu family. Senior Yi, are you the one that my father always talks about? The one who has already ascended to the heaven region? The young man in a luxurious robe mustered up his courage and came to Yi Qinfeng, who was sitting cross-legged on the deck, and asked softly, "That's me." Yi Qinfeng did not hide his identity. He nodded and said, "Son, your father's death has something to do with me. But don't worry, I will avenge your father, and Mo Fengyin will definitely die." Yi Qinfeng hated betrayal the most. Moreover, Mo Fengyin had killed the king of massacre, who had followed him since the beginning. "Thank you, Senior Yi." After confirming Yi Qinfeng's identity, the young man in a luxurious robe immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed gratefully. Elder Qiu and the others were even more excited. After witnessing Yi Qinfeng's shocking strength, they knew that they would be able to avenge their father soon. "Here, this elixir is for you." The young man in a luxurious robe had inherited the talent of the King of Massacre. Yi Qinfeng felt guilty towards the King of Massacre and decided to nurture his son. He took out a sage elixir with mild medicinal properties and handed it to the young man. Yes, the young man firmly believed in Yi Qinfeng. He took the pill and swallowed it, quickly refining it. Although the medicinal effect of this sacred pill was mild, the man was too weak. He was only a level 3 mystic beast ancestor. He couldn't withstand the power of the sacred pill at all. All the meridians in his body were instantly stretched open. Immense pain spread throughout his body, and a large amount of dirty blood flowed out through his pores. Child, cultivation is a path that defies the heavens. Without great perseverance and courage, a cultivator is destined to be eliminated. Yi Qinfeng looked at the young man in luxurious clothes who was trembling all over and clenching his teeth as he bitterly endured. He said, "Today's pain can be considered a test for you. If you can endure it, you will gain a lot." "Don't worry, Senior Yi, I can hold on." When he thought about his father's vengeance and his younger sister, whose fate was unknown, the young man in luxurious clothes clenched his fists tightly and endured the tearing pain throughout his body. He didn't let out a single cry. Time passed by slowly. Looking at the young man in luxurious clothes who was drenched in dirty blood and trying his best to hold on and not give up, Yi Qinfeng revealed a gratified smile. About an hour later, the young man in luxurious clothes, who had absorbed a large amount of sacred pills, began to break through. Soon he broke through from a level 3 mystic beast ancestor to a level 1 reverse beast king. Although his cultivation was rapidly increasing, the quality of the pills that Yi Qinfeng gave him was extremely high. It didn't affect his cultivation foundation at all. Sensing that his cultivation speed had slowed down, Yi Qinfeng took out a bottle of sacred water and poured it into his mouth to continue increasing his strength. Soon, more than 6 hours passed. The rapidly flying warship appeared in the sky above East Saint City. After more than 6 hours of painful cultivation, the young man in luxurious clothes broke through to a level 1 combat beast emperor. This scene completely shattered Elder Qiu and the others' understanding, making them feel as if they were in a dream. "Let's go and take revenge." Under the cover of Yi Qinfeng's powerful soul power, he locked onto Mo Fengyin, Shadow Ghost, and the others in the Saint Palace, and immediately brought Elder Qiu and the others to the Saint Palace. "Who's there?" Seeing Yi Qinfeng and the others descending from the sky, the heavily guarded Saint Palace immediately activated a huge restriction. Restriction light swords flew out and attacked Yi Chenfeng and the others. Yi Chenfeng quickly struck out a palm in the face of the densely packed restriction light swords. The terrifying palm light directly shattered the space within a radius of several miles, shattering the restriction light swords and the enormous restriction light swords. The huge explosion alarmed the entire Saint Palace. What's going on? Emo Fengyin, who was enjoying himself in a spirit pool while hugging two seductive women in chiffon dresses, jumped out of the spirit pool, put on his clothes, and walked out in a hurry. In addition to him, Shadow Ghost and the others also hurried out and came to the spacious, white jade square of the Saint Palace to see what was going on. It's you! It's you! When Shadow Ghost, who had reached the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm, saw Yi Chenfeng, who was dressed in white, standing proudly, he was scared silly like the golden-haired iron ape. He didn't know what to do. Why? Are you surprised to see me? Yi Chenfeng said calmly. However, his tone was filled with dense killing intent that terrified Shadow Ghost. Young Master Yi. The mastermind is Emo Fengyin. I was forced to do this. Although Shadow Ghost didn't know how terrifying Yi Chenfeng's strength was, he knew that he was no match for Yi Chenfeng. He could only push all the blame to Emo Fengyin. Shadow Ghost, I left you in the Eastern Continent to assist the King of Massacre and stabilize the Eastern Continent. I didn't let you help the evildoers, Yi Chenfeng said sternly as he walked step by step towards the trembling Shadow Ghost. Young Master Yi, I was wrong. Please spare my life. Shadow Ghost kept begging for mercy. If Blood River hadn't died, I might have spared your life. Unfortunately, you killed Blood River and cut off your own path of retreat, Yi Chenfeng said coldly. Young Master Yi, Blood River was killed by Emo Fengyin. It wasn't me, Shadow Ghost said fearfully. If you hadn't severely injured my father, would Emo Fengyin have been able to kill him? The young man in the luxurious robe said angrily as he looked at Shadow Ghost, who had killed one of the executioners of the King of Massacre. No, I was really forced. Shadow Ghost was in despair. His clothes were drenched in cold sweat as he tried to think of a way. However, in the face of absolute strength, he knew that he could only live if he earned Yi Chenfeng's forgiveness. Yi Chenfeng didn't waste any more words. He intertwined a sharp sword shadow and slashed at Shadow Ghost. Shadow Ghost, go to hell and repent to Blood River. Chi. Shadow Ghost's entire body was cleaved in half by this sharp sword shadow. A deep sword mark was left on the square, paved with white jade. Lord Shadow Ghost is dead. Looking at Shadow Ghost lying in a pool of blood, dead, the experts of the sacred palace sank into deep fear. Not a single one of them dared to attack Yi Chenfeng. At this time, Emo Fengyin appeared with several experts of the Western Devil Sect. When his angry eyes met Yi Chenfeng's, his heart trembled. Chapter 1989. Emo Fengyin, why are you trembling? Are you afraid? Yi Chenfeng smiled coldly as he looked at the pale Emo Fengyin, who had fallen into deep fear. Young Master Yi, you have come to the lower world. Emo Fengyin dared to betray him because he was betting that Yi Chenfeng would not come to the lower world after ascending to the heaven region. However, he did not expect that Yi Chenfeng would come to the lower world so soon. His heart was filled with fear and panic. Yes, if I didn't come to the lower world, you would have overturned the outer continent. Yi Chenfeng crossed his hands behind his back and looked coldly at Emo Fengyin. Emo Fengyin, I have a whole new level of respect for you. You even dared to kill Shuehi. It seems like you don't take me seriously. How do you think I should punish you? You are Yi Chenfeng. Standing behind Emo Fengyin, a skinny man in a black robe spoke in a cold voice. Humph, you are just a lonely soul. You have no right to speak. Yi Chenfeng had already discovered that there was a powerful honorable realm soul in the skinny man's body. However, Such a soul could be domineering in the fighting spirit continent. In front of him, he could destroy it with a flick of his finger. Boy, you are courting death. A dense soul light emitted from the eyes of the shriveled man. Then a formidable soul power broke out from his shriveled body. It transformed into a stormy sea and dyed the entire void black. What kind of power is this? Elder Chiu and the others were shocked when they saw the power of the skinny man. Boy, let me dig out your heart and drink your blood. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant then. As he spoke, his billowing soul force turned into a ghost claw and grabbed at Yi Qinfeng. The terrifying ghost claw tore through the void and attacked. Yi Qinfeng glanced at it. In an instant, the terrifying ghost claw was torn apart by Yi Qinfeng's glare. What? The skinny man's eyes widened as a look of horror appeared on his cold and arrogant face. Without even thinking about it, he immediately fled out of the Saint Palace. However, just as he flew into the air, he suddenly let out a painful howl. His entire body instantly exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. He died on the spot. Seeing Yi Qinfeng kill the honorable realm devil soul without even moving, Mo Fengyan was scared out of his wits. His legs went soft, and he knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. Mo Fengyan, do you think that kowtowing will work now? Yi Qinfeng asked coldly. Young Master Yi, I know it's useless to say anything, but I was really forced to do it. It was that venerable realm devil soul that forced me to betray you and kill Xue He. Mo Fengyan continued to defend himself. Are you done? Yi Qinfeng listened to Mo Fengyan's explanation in silence, but there was no change in his expression. Young Master Yi, you can't kill me. If you kill me, Xue He's daughter will be buried with me. Sensing that Yi Qinfeng had no intention of letting him go, Mo Fengyan gritted his teeth and used Xue He's daughter to threaten Yi Qinfeng. Mo Fengyan, aren't you overestimating yourself? Do you think that I will let you harm Xue He's daughter? Yi Qinfeng sneered and ordered the soul devourer's brain to devour Mo Fengyan's soul. Mo Fengyan's soul was quickly shattered in a painful howl. The immense pain tormented him, and a large amount of blood flowed out from his 7 orifices. Mo Fengyan, I'll kill you. Looking at Mo Fengyan's head that was cracking bit by bit, the young man gritted his teeth and took out a sharp dagger. He quickly ran over and stabbed Mo Fengyan's stomach a few times. Suddenly, a large amount of blood spurted out, and Mo Fengyan's vitality weakened. Father, I've avenged you. The young man chopped off Mo Fengyan's head, ending his life and avenging the king of massacre. With Mo Fengyan's death, the entire sacred palace fell into chaos. Many of the Western devil sect's experts, who had blood on their hands, wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape. However, under the cover of Yi Qinfeng's terrifying soul, none of the Western devil sect's experts managed to escape from the sacred palace. All of them were killed by Yi Qinfeng's terrifying soul. Soul Devourer's brain retrieve. After killing the Western devil sect's experts, Yi Qinfeng immediately retrieved Mo Fengyan and the Soul Devourer's brain. Child, come here. Yi Qinfeng still had a lot of things to do in the lower realm and couldn't stay in the sacred palace for a long time. He summoned Xia, Wendy's sword puppet. This sword puppet is for you. It can protect you 10 times. After 10 times, the sword puppet's energy will be depleted and it will become an ownerless object. Yi Qinfeng dripped his blood on the sword puppet and said, Also, this universe ring is for you. The pills inside should be enough for you to break through to the 6th grade combat beast emperor realm in a short time. Thank you, Senior Yi. The young man knelt on the ground and respectfully kowtowed to Yi Qinfeng 3 times. All right, all good things must come to an end. Let's part ways here. After some time, I will find someone to clean up the mess. I also hope that you can manage the outer continent well and stabilize it. With that, Yi Qinfeng left the chaotic sacred palace and headed to the Xingluo continent. He wanted to test Qinggu Qiu and retrieve the soul devourer's brain. After arriving at the Xingluo continent, Yi Qinfeng visited the Bai family, the Jiang family, and the Jasper Palace to learn about the Xingluo heavenly city. To Yi Qinfeng's relief, the Xingluo heavenly city was flourishing under Qinggu Qiu's leadership. Not only was there no chaos, but it was also growing stronger. The overall strength of the Xingluo continent had increased significantly. "Oh right, Senior Bai, is Ziqing not in the Bai family?" Yi Qinfeng asked in surprise when he didn't sense Bai Ziqing's aura in the Bai family. Ziqing went to the central world to pursue a higher level of cultivation. Bai Feng said, "Oh right, Qingfeng, how long will you stay in the lower realm?" Bai Feng and the others didn't expect to see Yi Qinfeng again in their lifetime. They wanted to ask him to stay for a few more days and learn more about the heavenly domain. "I won't be staying in the lower realm for long. I'll be returning to the heavenly domain soon." Although the heavenly domain was filled with dangers, Yi Qinfeng couldn't stay in the Duhan continent for too long because the desolate tomb was about to appear. "Seniors, these 3 spatial rings are for you. They should be enough for you to break through a few realms and increase the strength of your family. I believe that we will meet again one day." Before leaving, Yi Qinfeng gave Bai Feng, Kong Sungchen, and the others 3 spatial rings before leaving the Bai family manor. He went to the Xingluo heavenly city to find Qinggu Qiu, who was cultivating. 3 days later, Yi Qinfeng took away Qinggu Qiu's soul devourer's brain and left him with a large amount of cultivation resources. He left the Xingluo continent for the central world without any hesitation. The gate to the heavenly domain is open. I hope nothing bad happens to the central world. When the Lord of the Dark North ascended, the gate to the heavenly domain was torn apart by Tai. Yi Qinfeng was worried that the various races would send experts to the lower realm after knowing that their inheritances in the Duhan continent were destroyed. If that happened, the central world would be in danger. Chapter 1990. The War God Mountain was a famous divine mountain in the ethereal divine nation. It was also one of the tallest mountains in the ethereal divine nation. What kind of event is going on at the War God Mountain? Why are senior sister Fu and Ziqing here? When Yi Qinfeng passed by the War God Mountain, he unexpectedly sensed Fu Yuiwe and Bai Ziqing's auras. A look of surprise appeared on his face. With a flash of his body, he stealthily entered the snow-covered peak of the War God Mountain. So it's a martial arts competition. When Yi Qinfeng passed through a thin layer of restriction, he discovered that a martial arts competition was going on at the peak of the War God Mountain. Numerous disciples with extraordinary talent were fighting fiercely on 2 impregnable arenas that were half a zhang tall. So Ziqing is here to participate in the martial arts competition. After waiting for a while, Yi Qinfeng discovered that Bai Ziqing had entered the stage. She was fighting fiercely with a white-robed man with an extraordinary bearing. After not seeing each other for 100 years, Bai Ziqing had also reached the level of a level 3 beast emperor. Furthermore, Yi Qinfeng discovered that her cultivation foundation was extremely solid, and the techniques she had mastered were extremely profound. She was not at a disadvantage when facing the level 4 beast emperor in white. "Goddess, go for it. Goddess will win." Below the stage, many young disciples were cheering for Bai Ziqing with all their might. The atmosphere at the peak of the War God Mountain was getting more and more lively. "I didn't expect Ziqing to be so popular." Yi Qinfeng revealed a faint smile when he saw Bai Ziqing executing profound sword moves and completely suppressing her opponent. "Who are you? How dare you call out the goddess's name?" Suddenly, a discordant voice entered Yi Qinfeng's ears. An expert from the central world who was infatuated with Bai Ziqing glared at Yi Qinfeng. "I'm an old friend of hers." Yi Qinfeng ignored the other party's hostile gaze and revealed a faint smile. "An old friend? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue?" The man who was infatuated with Bai Ziqing said, I advise you to give up. The goddess is already taken. Have you seen it yet? Young Master Feng Yin is right there. Look at him, then look at you. Which part of you do you think is better than young Master Feng Yin? Young Master Feng Yin. Following the direction of the man's finger, Yi Qinfeng saw a man in a white robe with a sharkskin sword hanging on his back. He was tall and had an extraordinary bearing. Nirvana, not bad. Yi Qinfeng had always treated Bai Ziqing as his younger sister. Knowing that she had found her own happiness, he was sincerely happy for her. Just as Yi Qinfeng wanted to leave quietly, Bai Ziqing defeated her opponent with an absolute advantage and entered the top 4. The goddess is invincible. The goddess is number 1. With Bai Ziqing's victory, the entire War God Mountain summit was filled with excited cheers. The atmosphere instantly reached its peak. Bai Ziqing successfully entered the top 4. Immediately, 2 contestants leaped onto the stage and prepared for the next match. Suddenly, the 2-star Dao Saint Fu Yue, who was in charge of the Battle God Mountain's pinnacle martial competition, suddenly appeared on the battle arena. She said loudly, "The 2 of you wait a moment. I want to challenge someone." Hua! Just as Fu Yue's voice fell, the entire War God Mountain summit was in an uproar. Countless pairs of shocked gazes were directed at Fu Yue. Heavens! What's wrong with Imperial Preceptor Fu? Who is she going to challenge? Could it be that Imperial Preceptor Fu saw a mortal enemy? Discussions broke out around the battle arena. They all wanted to know who exactly Fu Yue was going to challenge. Sigh, Senior Sister Fu, why are you doing this? Yi Qinfeng rubbed his nose and sighed softly. He knew that Fu Yue had discovered him. Hey, where are you going? The man who was mocking Yi Qinfeng saw Yi Qinfeng walking towards the battle arena and immediately called out to him. I'm going to accept a challenge. Yi Qinfeng smiled at him and said, Hey, are you crazy? Isn't Imperial Preceptor Fu challenging? But before he could finish his words, he discovered that the goddess in his heart, Bai Ziqing, had flown over and directly jumped into Yi Qinfeng's embrace. What is going on? Who is he? Almost everyone had the same thought as that man. Even the usually calm young Master Feng Yin's eyes twitched violently. Qinfeng, I'm not dreaming, right? You're back. Bai Ziqing was so emotional that her eyes were brimming with hot tears. She hugged Yi Qinfeng tightly and wasn't willing to let go. Yeah, I just came back not long ago. Yi Qinfeng patted Bai Ziqing's head lightly and said, All right, let's catch up later. As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng let go of the emotional Bai Ziqing and stepped on the void to the battle arena. Take this. Without waiting for Yi Qinfeng to speak, an azure sky rock phantom appeared from Fu Yue's body. She held 2 saint-ranked dual blades in her hands and intertwined them to form incomparably sharp blade shadows. She launched a ferocious attack on Yi Qinfeng. The tide-like blade shadows instantly annihilated Yi Qinfeng. So powerful, this kind of impenetrable blade technique is impossible to dodge. Yeah, didn't you see that guy opposite her? He's not moving at all. He's probably scared silly. Witnessing Fu Yue's shocking speed sword technique, everyone present was stunned. Boom! The sturdy battle arena trembled violently as it withstood the tide-like blade shadows. Yi Qinfeng stood at the same spot without moving, but Fu Yue's blade shadows didn't hurt him at all. This puzzled the crowd. This is Grand Preceptor Fu acting with him? It must be an act. Otherwise, how could he dodge such a concentrated attack without moving at all? Just as everyone was stunned by the scene before them, Fu Yue continued to attack Yi Qinfeng. Yi Qinfeng was still standing at the same spot without moving. The layman watched the show, while the expert watched the skill. In the eyes of some people, Yi Qinfeng was standing at the same spot without moving. But in the eyes of a few people with extraordinary strength and keen eyesight, they felt that every time Fu Yue attacked, Yi Qinfeng moved. But because his speed was too fast, it created an illusion that he didn't move at all. At the end of the fierce battle, Fu Yuiwa, whose face was slightly red, felt tired. The entire battle arena was riddled with holes from her ferocious attacks. However, Yi Qinfeng still stood in the same spot calmly and did not move an inch. "Thank you for showing mercy, Senior Fu." Seeing that Fu Yuiwa had stopped attacking, Yi Qinfeng smiled faintly. "Stinking brat, what realm have you reached now? Can you let me see it?" Fu Yuiwa didn't expect that after using all her strength, she couldn't even touch Yi Qinfeng's sleeves. She was shocked and wanted to know Yi Qinfeng's current strength. All right, Yi Qinfeng knew Fu Yuiwa's personality. She wouldn't give up until she got what she wanted. He took a step forward. With one step, the wind and clouds changed. The space Tao intent on the peak of Mount War God was changed by Yi Qinfeng. The snowy world disappeared and was replaced by the sound of birds, the fragrance of flowers, and the lush green grass. Flowers bloomed one after another. The thick fragrance of the flowers wafted into the noses of the petrified crowd, making them feel as if they were in a dream. It felt unreal. Flowers bloomed with a single step. Chapter 1991. News of Yi Qinfeng's return spread like the wind into ethereal imperial palace, causing the entire palace to fall into ecstasy. Xue Piaoling, who was in charge of ethereal imperial palace, even held a banquet in the palace to welcome Yi Qinfeng's return. Sister Piaoling, Qingxue and Xia are not an ethereal divine nation. Yi Qinfeng came to ethereal imperial palace and did not see Ji Qingxue and Xia. Qingxue and Xia have returned to Zijin Kingdom. Xue Piaoling said, "Qingxue, Xia's cultivation talent is ordinary. Returning to Zijin Kingdom is indeed the best choice." Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, "Oh right, Sister Piaoling, has there been any big changes in Central World recently?" "My ethereal divine nation has not changed much, but Hanyan's 9-sword divine nation seems to be abnormal. I have already sent many people to secretly infiltrate 9-sword divine nation to gather information," Xue Piaoling said. 9-sword divine nation is abnormal. Yi Qinfeng frowned slightly and decided to go to 9-sword divine nation tomorrow. He would not allow anything to happen to 9-sword divine nation. 9-sword divine nation, a new nation established by Yi Qinfeng after severing the demon race's inheritance, was controlled by Empress Xue Hanyan. Something really happened to 9-sword divine nation. When Yi Qinfeng crossed ethereal divine nation and arrived outside 9-sword imperial city, he found that 9-sword imperial city was heavily guarded. Anyone who entered the city had to undergo strict inspection before they could enter. Yi Qinfeng seemed to be transparent as he entered the city in front of armored guards. He found that there were many experts in 9-sword imperial city. He suspected that Xue Hanyan had mobilized all the experts in 9-sword divine nation. As Yi Qinfeng walked, he suddenly heard a commotion. Several humongous thunder beasts pulled richly ornamented carriages, flying through the air and into the 9-sword imperial palace. "Look, it's the Thunder Clan." "Look, there are also people from Burial Valley. What exactly happened to my 9-sword divine nation? Why did such a rarely seen great figure suddenly appear?" "I heard that many cities in my 9-sword divine nation went out of control, and one city was even massacred." "What massacred a city? Who is this person? How dare he slaughter a city controlled by my 9-sword divine country?" "I don't know about that, but I believe that Her Majesty will definitely be able to quell the chaos." Hearing the whispers on the street, Yi Qinfeng furrowed his brows tightly. Now that the 3 divine kingdoms were united against a common enemy, there were not many people who dared to ignore the threat of the 3 divine kingdoms and insist on opposing 9-sword divine kingdom. It seems like someone from the heavenly realm has come down to the lower realms. Yi Qinfeng muttered to himself as he slowly walked towards the 9-sword imperial palace. "Senior Lei, big brother, second brother, third sister, fourth brother, you're all here. Shui Hanyan was wearing a golden phoenix embroidered robe and a golden phoenix coronet. Her figure was enchanting, and her temperament was noble. Her cold and intelligent eyes were so enchanting that people didn't dare to look straight at them. Shui Hanyan personally invited Lei, Yi, Tianji, and the others into the palace. Hanyan, what happened? Lei Yi, who was a 5-star Tao saint, looked at Shui Hanyan, who had a trace of fatigue between her eyebrows, and asked in a dignified voice, "According to the news from my 9-sword divine country, it seems that someone from the heavenly realm has come down to the lower realms." Shui Hanyan ordered someone to pour tea for Lei Yi and the others, and revealed an important piece of information. What? Someone from the heavenly realm has come down to the lower realms. Although the 3 divine kingdoms were thriving day by day, and their strength had increased significantly with the resources left behind by Yi Qinfeng before he ascended, compared to the Almighty of the heavenly realm, their strength was still too far away. Yes, it's the demon race. Shui Hanyan nodded and said, "They slaughtered the demon wind city to give me a warning. If there's no other way, we can ask for help from Senior Demia and Senior Jiotian of the ethereal divine kingdom. With their strength in the heavenly master realm, they might be able to intimidate the Almighty of the demon race in the heavenly realm." Lei Yi pondered for a moment and said, "Alas, this is the only way." Shui Hanyan sighed softly, deeply worried. "Your Majesty, Hall Master Xian of the Heavenly Palace, Senior Tao Addict, and the others have come to the Imperial City." When Shui Hanyan and the others were discussing countermeasures, a guard walked into the main hall and reported respectfully, "Let's go out and welcome Hall Master Xian and Senior Tao Addict." With that, Shui Hanyan led Lei Yi and the others to the outside of the Golden Palace to welcome Xian Hongzheng, Tao Addict, and the others. The arrival of Xian Hongzheng, Tao Addict, and the others made the entire 9-sword Golden Palace lively. A large number of experts from the Imperial Palace appeared and accompanied Shui Hanyan to welcome Xian Hongzheng, Tao Addict, and the others. "Look, that's Fairy Jiao. She's really as beautiful as the legends say. Gu Qingqing and Gu Qinghua should be referring to Fairy Jiao." "Yes, such a beautiful woman. If I have a chance to get close to her, I'm willing to give up 10 years of my life." "Hey, you guys don't want to live anymore. If Her Majesty knows that you dare to blaspheme Fairy Jiao, you're dead meat." A valiant woman in silver armor warned coldly. She had a curvaceous figure and light makeup on her face. Yes, Commander Su, we know we're wrong." The 2 Imperial guards stuck out their tongues and said fearfully, "Fairy Jiao." Suddenly, a chuckle came from the crowd and attracted the attention of the valiant woman. "Who are you? How did you sneak in?" Looking at Yi Qinfeng's unfamiliar face, the valiant woman suddenly became alert. She pulled out a sharp long sword and glared at Yi Qinfeng. "I didn't sneak in. I walked in through the palace gate," Yi Qinfeng said with a smile. "Impossible. Outsiders can't get in here." The woman didn't believe Yi Qinfeng's words at all. "I'm not an outsider." Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said, "I know your Empress." "Humph! Do you think I'll believe your nonsense?" The woman snorted and said, "If you know what's good for you, surrender. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you." Looking at the woman's hostile eyes, Yi Qinfeng shook his head and didn't say anything. He walked slowly toward the palace hall. "Stop! If you don't stop, don't blame me for being rude to you." The woman was angry when she saw Yi Qinfeng ignoring her. She warned loudly. Hearing the woman's warning, a large number of Imperial guards appeared and surrounded Yi Qinfeng. "Sigh, I really know your Empress." Yi Qinfeng sighed helplessly and disappeared from the encirclement as if he had teleported. "Oh no, enemy attack." Looking at Yi Qinfeng, who suddenly disappeared, the woman and the others' faces changed and they rushed into the palace hall. However, the moment they rushed into the palace hall, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. In their eyes, the Empress Shui Hanyan, who was sacred and inviolable, and Jiao Yiyan, who was more beautiful than a fairy, rushed into the arms of the man who had just attacked them and didn't want to let go for a long time. Who is that man? Chapter 1992. Your Majesty, you're in such a good mood. Just as Yi Qinfeng was ignoring the dumbfounded gazes and hugging Shui Hanyan tightly, a cold voice suddenly rang out in the silent palace hall. In the next moment, a man in a black robe, exuding a strong demonic aura, walked over step by step in the void. With every step he took, the space trembled. His terrifying aura was even stronger than Lei Yi, Dao Addict, Tianji, and the others. 6-star demonic saint. Yi Qinfeng gently patted Shui Hanyan and Jiao Yiyan's shoulders. He looked at the black-robed man who suddenly broke in and found that he was a 6-star demonic saint. It turned out that Yi Qinfeng had killed the demonic saint of the 8-head divine nation. There was no other demonic saint of this level in the Duhan continent. Therefore, Yi Qinfeng was sure that this was a demonic saint who had just ascended. Who are you? Shui Hanyan quickly wiped away the remaining tears of excitement in her eyes. Looking at the arrogant black-robed man, she returned to her empress state and glared at him. My name is Mo Song, and I'm from the demon race of the Heaven Domain. I'm here today to pass a message to the 3 demon sovereigns. The black-robed man said coldly, if you are willing to submit to the 3 demon sovereigns, they can make the decision to spare your lives and bestow you with opportunities. Let me guess why the 3 demon sovereigns didn't come, but sent you instead. Yi Qinfeng continued. Either the 3 demon sovereigns were injured in the lower realm, or they couldn't figure out the foundation of the 9-sword divine nation and sent an unlucky guy like you to probe. I don't know if my guess is right. Well, who are you? You can't figure out the intentions of the 3 demon sovereigns. Mo Song's face darkened as he glared at Yi Qinfeng and said angrily, the demon sovereigns may be unreachable in your eyes, but in my eyes, even the Black Demon Emperor and the True Demon Emperor are just small characters that I can kill with a wave of my hand. Yi Qinfeng said indifferently, what big words. Today, this saint wants to see what kind of arrogance you have. Mo Song was infuriated by Yi Qinfeng's words. Billowing devil qi gushed out from his body, causing the entire golden palace to tremble violently. The guards were so frightened that they didn't dare to approach. Pa! Just as Mo Song was about to attack, Yi Qinfeng suddenly appeared in front of him. Without waiting for him to react, Mo Song was sent flying with a slap. Bang! Mo Song, who had lost control of his body, flew into the air. He could not withstand the power that surged out from Yi Qinfeng's palm, and his body directly exploded and died. Qinfeng, what realm have you reached? Seeing Yi Qinfeng slap Mo Song, the Dao Addict and the others were shocked and asked curiously, Ancestor Realm. What is the Ancestor Realm? The Dao Addict and the others didn't know much about the realms of the Void God Realm and didn't know what the Ancestor Realm was. I killed the 2 patriarchs of the Heaven Realm's Devil Clan, the Black Devil Emperor and the True Devil Emperor, as if they were chickens. Yi Qinfeng slowly said. What? Cries of surprise rang out one after another in the silent hall. Although the Dao Addict and the others didn't know how terrifying the Ancestor Realm was, they knew how terrifying the 2 patriarchs of the Heaven Realm's Devil Clan were. With their status, they could be considered the top figures in the Heaven Realm. Mo Song is dead. Let's wait for the 3 demon sovereigns to come. I want to see how many people the Devil Clan can send to the lower realm. Yi Qinfeng said in a low voice. Seeing Yi Qinfeng's terrifying strength, Shui Hanyan and the others were completely relieved. While waiting for the 3 demon sovereigns, Shui Hanyan and Jiao Yiyan were entangled with Yi Qinfeng every night. They had forgotten their feelings and were entangled with each other. As for Shui Hanyan, Jiao Yiyan, Lei Yi, and the others, they were constantly breaking through the shackles of their realms with the help of resources that were enough to make a master-level expert jealous. Time flew by quickly amidst the joy. Soon a month had passed. just as Shui Hanyan and the others were breaking through. 3 terrifying auras appeared in the 9-sword imperial palace. The 3 demon sovereigns had finally appeared. Shui Hanyan, come out for me. An angry voice exploded in the sky above the 9-sword imperial palace. The terrifying voice shook the sky, causing cracks to appear in the sky. Although the roar released by the 3 demon sovereigns was terrifying, the people in the 9-sword imperial palace did not reveal the slightest trace of fear. After witnessing Yi Qinfeng's terrifying strength, they were clear that the 3 demon sovereigns were unable to stir up any waves. Their arrival was no different from sending them to their deaths. Not coming out? Then this sovereign will raze this place to the ground. One of the demon sovereigns revealed a sinister expression as he sent a palm strike towards the dazzling and luxurious 9-sword imperial palace, wanting to destroy this place. However, before his palm could land on the 9-sword imperial palace, it shattered like glass. This strange scene shocked the 3 demon sovereigns, causing their expressions to change slightly. Could the rumors be true? There are experts guarding this 9-sword imperial palace. The 3 demon sovereigns communicated via voice transmission. Just as the 3 demon sovereigns were hesitating whether they should continue to probe, a huge hand that covered the sky appeared out of thin air. With a suffocating power, it grabbed the 3 of them. Who is it? Suddenly being caught, the 3 demon sovereigns immediately released a terrifying demonic power, wanting to break free from the shackles of the huge hand. However, the difference in strength between them and Yi Qinfeng was too great. No matter how they struggled, they could not tear apart the huge hand. Soul Search. Just as the 3 demon sovereigns could no longer bear the pressure of the sky-covering hand, and their breathing became difficult, almost suffocating, Yi Qinfeng suddenly appeared beside them and used Soul Search to search their souls one by one, obtaining their soul memories. Yes, there will be a second batch of Black Demon Clan experts descending soon. And this time there is a Demon Emperor Almighty. After obtaining the important information from the 3 demon sovereign souls, Yi Qinfeng did not show mercy and directly crushed the 3 of them, killing them. Golden Dragon Bloodlion, come out! Because of its talent, the Golden Dragon Bloodlion's cultivation speed was getting slower and slower. It was almost impossible for it to break through to the 2-star demon ancestor realm. Yi Qinfeng decided to leave it in the Duhan continent and let it guard this place. Dragon Bloodlion, from now on, you will stay in the Duhan continent and guard this place for me. With the Golden Dragon Bloodlion guarding the Duhan continent, Yi Qinfeng believed that even if the top almighties of the Qingyin continent came together, they would not be a threat to the Duhan continent. Yes, Master. The Golden Dragon Bloodlion also knew that as Yi Qinfeng's strength increased, it could no longer help Yi Qinfeng. Rather than that, it would be better to stay in the Duhan continent and live a carefree life. Now, go guard the entrance of the Qingyin continent and kill all the almighties of the Qingyin continent. Yi Qinfeng ordered. Yes. After that, the Golden Dragon Bloodlion flew into the sky and disappeared into the red flame sky, guarding the entrance of the Qingyin continent and waiting to kill the almighties of the lower world. Han Yan, wait for me in the 9-sword palace. I have to go somewhere, and will be back soon. After resolving the crisis of the Duhan continent, Yi Qinfeng was ready to visit Tai and inform him of the appearance of the Chaos Tomb. He wanted to find a way to get a few life-saving trump cards from him. Okay, we will wait for you. Shui Hanyan and Jiao Yian nodded. Chapter 1993. Senior Tai, Qinfeng wishes to see you. Although Ancestor Qi Ri had warned Yi Qinfeng to be careful of Tai Yi had a favor to ask of him. Therefore, Yi Qinfeng believed that Tai Yi would not harm him for now. Qinfeng, you've descended. Tai Yi's voice rang out in the mysterious space and a portal appeared. Yes, I came to the lower realm this time to bring back good news for Senior. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, The great desolate tomb has appeared. Really? Tai's eyes lit up, and his murky eyes were filled with joy. Yes, the Chaos Tomb has appeared in the monster territory of the virtual god realm, but I don't know the exact location. However, the Celestials, the Infernals, and the humans will all take action. Therefore, it will be very difficult for me to retrieve the Chaos Heart from the Chaos Tomb for you. Yi Qinfeng nodded. You didn't just descend to tell me this news, did you? Tai seemed to have seen through Yi Qinfeng's thoughts. Yes, I would like to ask Senior for a few life-saving trump cards. Otherwise, even if I obtained the Great Wasteland's heart through the Great Wasteland map, it would be impossible for me to escape from the Sky Clan, Demon Clan, and so on. Yi Qinfeng nodded. All right, then I'll give you 2 more opportunities. Tai pondered for a moment, then summoned a crystal the size of an egg. It was full of edges and contained terrifying energy, as well as an amulet that he had spent a lot of effort to refine. This is an ultimate ancestral crystal. The ancestral power it contains is enough for you to break through to the level of a 6-star Tao ancestor. This is an amulet that I refined. It can withstand a fatal blow from a mid-level virtual god and 6 attacks from a low-level virtual god. Senior Tai, with this amulet, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape from the Celestials and Infernals. Although the amulet refined by Tai was extremely valuable, it was useless in the eyes of Supreme God Heaven and Supreme Emperor Heaven. How about this? I'll give you 2 more spatial teleportation talismans. If you can obtain the Great Desolate Heart, these spatial teleportation talismans can directly teleport you out of the Great Desolate Tomb. Tai took out 2 extremely precious spatial teleportation talismans and gave them to Yi Qinfeng. He also told him how to use them. Thank you, Senior. Compared to the protective talismans, these 2 spatial teleportation talismans were more practical. If used properly, they could indeed avoid great dangers. By the way, Senior Tai, I still have a few questions for you. Yi Qinfeng accepted the treasure that Tai had given him. Speak, Tai said. Do you know anything about the human sovereign? Yi Qinfeng asked. Human Emperor. You saw him? Tai asked in surprise. Yi Qinfeng looked at Tai Dao, who was deep in thought, and said, I have heard many rumors about the human emperor. I would like to learn more about him from you. Senior, be careful of the human emperor. The reason I haven't dared to return to the Void God realm is because I'm worried about him, Tai said after taking a deep breath. Senior, could your injuries have something to do with the human sovereign? Thinking about what the war demon had told him, Yi Qinfeng had a bold guess. Tai hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Yes, I was injured by the human sovereign. Yi Qinfeng didn't expect that Tai Yi's injuries were actually related to the human sovereign. He asked in shock, then the many sacred lands of the human race during the primordial age were also destroyed by the human sovereign. Qinfeng, there are some things that you'd better not know too early. Tai shook his head, not revealing any more information to Yi Qinfeng. Senior, I still have something to ask you. Please answer me. Yi Qinfeng didn't pursue the matter and changed the topic. Is Supreme God Heaven and Supreme Emperor Heaven the same person? I don't know. Tai Yi's expression froze as he shook his head. Although Tai Yi didn't give a direct answer, Yi Qinfeng could tell from his expression that he was suspicious. Senior, after some time, I will leave the Duhan continent and head to the demon realm to search for the Chaos Tomb. During my absence, I hope that you will protect the Duhan continent and not let any outsiders invade this place. Yi Qinfeng entrusted the task. Sure. Tai Yi nodded. Qinfeng, it's not easy to break through to the 6-star ancestor realm. Why don't you break through at my place? I can help you at a critical moment. Tai Yi suggested. All right. Yi Qinfeng agreed. He stayed at Tai Yi's place to refine the limit ancestor crystal and try his best to break through to the 6-star Tao ancestor realm. It was extremely difficult for a 5-star Tao ancestor to break through to the 6-star Tao ancestor realm. The energy required was even more enormous. Yi Qinfeng had just broken through to the 5-star Tao ancestor realm, so it was even more difficult for him to break through to the 6-star Tao ancestor realm in a short time. However, the limit ancestor crystal given to him by Tai Yi was more powerful than ordinary divine stones. With the help of the limit ancestor crystal, Yi Qinfeng's strength soared rapidly, and the ancestral power in his body grew stronger and stronger. With Tai Yi's help, Yi Qinfeng tried his best to break through to the 6-star ancestor realm. Suddenly, the heaven domain gate in crimson flame sky shone with endless light. A demon emperor and 3 6-star demon venerables were teleported to the heaven domain gate through the space transmission array and entered the Duhan continent. And a crimson lion. When the 4 demon emperors walked out of the heaven domain gate, they immediately discovered the golden dragon blood lion in crimson flame sky. They were surprised. This lion is strange. Why don't we join forces to destroy it first? A 6-star demon venerable suggested. Roar. Without waiting for the 4 to make a move, the golden dragon blood lion stood up and let out a shocking roar. It shattered the space within a radius of several miles and turned the 3 6-star demon venerables into blood mist, killing them on the spot. Ancestor beast. Sensing the ancestor aura emitted from the golden dragon blood lion, the demon emperor, whose soul trembled and body shattered, was scared silly. He never thought that there would be an ancestor beast in such a lowly realm. Just as he was about to retreat to the heaven realm gate in fear, the golden clear dragon blood lion opened its mouth and bit the demon emperor, swallowing him into its stomach. After swallowing the demon emperor, the golden dragon blood lion continued to guard the heaven domain gate, waiting for its prey. Days passed by. During the year when the golden dragon blood lion was guarding, the true demon race and black demon race had sent more than 10 demon emperors and demon venerables to the lower realm. However, these demon venerables and demon emperors had the same fate. They were all swallowed by the golden dragon blood lion. The continuous deaths of the demon emperors and demon venerables had completely enraged the 2 heaven domain devil races. The true demon sovereign and black demon sovereign joined forces and attacked the golden dragon blood lion from a distance. They wanted to kill the golden dragon blood lion guarding the heaven domain gate. Roar! The 2 bloodlines in the golden dragon blood lion's body burned and let out a shocking dragon roar. It shattered the golden dragon blood lion's attack and attacked the 2 demon sovereigns from a distance. PFFF. After receiving the golden dragon blood lion's roar, the powerful golden dragon blood saint artifact shattered. The 2 demon sovereigns were severely injured and almost lost their lives. This time, the 2 demon sovereigns were terrified. They quickly sealed the space transmission array and no longer dared to send anyone to the lower realm. Under the golden dragon blood lion's protection, the Duhan continent gradually regained its peace. With Tai Yi's help, Yi Qinfeng completely refined the limit of the ancestor crystal and began to break through the bottleneck again and again. He didn't know how many times he had tried to break through, but the tough bottleneck of his cultivation level had started to loosen. Finally, with Yi Qinfeng's tireless efforts and Tai Yi's help, he broke through the bottleneck and broke through to the 6-star Tao ancestor realm. After breaking through to the 6-star Tao ancestor realm, Yi Qinfeng bid farewell to Tai Yi and returned to the 9 Swords divine country. He stayed there for half a year to accompany Shui Hanyan and Zhao Yan. Chapter 1994. Aeon City was the first city that Yi Qinfeng had entered after ascending to the Void God World. Here he got to know the Wei clan, trampled on the Aeon City Lord, and discovered the primeval god relic where Shen Heng had used the Myriad Origin sword to suppress the evil god. Yes, the Wei clan is celebrating. Walking into Aeon City, Yi Qinfeng was surprised to find out that today was actually the wedding day of Wei Xinyue and Sima Xianyu. This made him feel rather surprised. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly walked towards the pavilion where the wedding was taking place. Sima Xiangyu was the youngest son of the Sima clan, the #1 clan in Aeon City. He had always kept a low profile, but in recent years he had suddenly become a one-star Dao god. In order to strengthen his position, Sima Xiangyu had continuously pursued the Wei clan's princess, Wei Xinyue, and finally won her heart. Because of Yi Qinfeng, the Wei clan had always been close to the ancient clan, suppressing the other clans to become the #1 force in Aeon City. When Wei Xinyue and Sima Xiangyu got married, the ancient clan also sent people to congratulate them. "Sir, do you have an invitation?" Only those with invitations can enter the pavilion and participate in young Master Sima and Miss Wei's wedding banquet. When Yi Qinfeng arrived at the lookout pavilion, he was immediately stopped by a red-robed guard who asked politely, "I don't have an invitation. I just happened to pass by Aeon City and learned about Xinyue's wedding. I'm here to send a big gift," Yi Qinfeng said with a faint smile. The guard did not know Yi Qinfeng, but he felt that he was not simple as he felt his extraordinary temperament. "Brother Yi, I didn't expect you to come too." Just as the guard was hesitating, a deep voice suddenly sounded. Gu Hong, who was wearing a dark golden robe embroidered with cloud patterns and had a tall figure, appeared outside the lookout pavilion with several ancient clan almighties. He had met Yi Qinfeng at the 100 Battles martial competition. "Gu Hong!" Looking at Gu Hong, who suddenly appeared, Yi Qinfeng revealed a faint smile. Gu Hong, who was extremely talented and had subdued the Black Dragonwood, had broken through to the 6-star Dao God realm. This cultivation speed was enough to surpass the ancient clan, but compared to Yi Qinfeng, he was too far behind. "Young Master Gu!" Gu Hong's arrival immediately alarmed the entire watchtower. When Wei Shirtong, Sima Ju, and the others hurriedly walked out and saw Yi Qinfeng beside Gu Hong, they revealed deep excitement and immediately invited the two of them into the watchtower. "Xinu, congratulations on finding your Mr. Right. This heavenly jade pendant is for you." Yi Qinfeng saw the tall and beautiful Wei Xinyue, who was wearing a phoenix crown and a red robe. He gave her a jade pendant with extremely strong defensive power that could block the attacks of Ancestor Realm experts. "Thank you." Wei Xinyue took the heavenly jade pendant from Yi Qinfeng. She looked at him affectionately and said gratefully, "Xinyue is my younger sister. I hope you won't let her down." Yi Qinfeng looked at the dignified Sima Xiangyu and said indifferently, "Don't worry, young Master Yi. I definitely won't let Xinyue down." Sima Xiangyu's heart trembled as he met Yi Qinfeng's sharp gaze. "Brother Gu Hong, can I have a word with you?" The arrival of Yi Qinfeng and Gu Hong caused the entire watchtower to become even more lively. The Wei clan's reputation had reached its peak. After 3 rounds of wine, Yi Qinfeng called Gu Hong to the side. He wanted to understand the situation of the Void God realm from him in the past few years. "Brother Yi, why are you looking for me?" Gu Hong still admired Yi Qinfeng from the bottom of his heart. Although he could not feel Yi Qinfeng's true strength, he knew that he would never be able to catch up to Yi Qinfeng in his lifetime. "Brother Gu Hong, I want to ask you a few things." Yi Qinfeng poured a cup of spirit wine for Gu Hong and said, "Has anything big happened in the Void God realm recently?" "Recently, the Void God realm has been relatively stable. However, many supreme experts of the Tian clan and the Demon clan have headed to the Demon realm and sealed that place. I heard that they are all searching for the Phoenix God." Gu Hong drank a mouthful of spirit wine and said, "Could it be that the Phoenix God is the key to finding the prehistoric tomb?" Yi Qinfeng's eyes lit up. "That is very possible." Gu Hong nodded and said, "Our Gu clan originally wanted to ally with the human clan and force our way into the demon realm. However, the human sovereign, Yu Huaxin, suddenly went into seclusion. Our Gu clan's overall strength is far inferior to the Tian clan and the demon clan. We had no choice but to give up. The human sovereign and Yu Huaxin went into seclusion?" Yi Qinfeng frowned slightly. He did not believe that the human sovereign and Yu Huashen would go into seclusion at this juncture. In order to fulfill their ambitions, they would definitely not let go of the prehistoric tomb. They suddenly announced that they were going into seclusion. They must be plotting something. Other than this, is there anything else happening in the Void God realm recently? Yi Qinfeng continued to ask. I heard that not long ago, the crown prince of the Tian clan went to the Yuhua palace to propose marriage to the Feather Moon Saintess. However, he was rejected by the Feather Moon Saintess. Gu Hong thought for a while and said, in addition, Yu Huashen has been in seclusion. In the end, it was left unsettled. The crown prince of the Tian clan, Yi Qinfeng's eyes shone with a strong fierceness. Yu Nikhang was his wife. Whoever dared to have any ideas about her, Yi Qinfeng would not let them go. In a while, the Kunlun Holy Land will hold the human clan's martial summit. It will attract a large number of geniuses from the entire human clan to participate. Gu Hong said, I heard that the reward for the first place is very generous. Martial Summit. With Yi Qinfeng's current strength and experience, the martial summit was no longer attractive to him. Many thanks, Brother Gu Hong. Yi Qinfeng took out an ancestor pellet and handed it to Gu Hong, saying, This ancestor pellet is for you. I hope that you can break through to the ancestor realm soon. Ancestor pellet. Gu Hong was also someone who knew his stuff. He recognized the grade of the ancestor pellet at a glance and hurriedly declined. Brother Yi, this is too precious. Brother Gu Hong, if you think that this ancestor pellet is precious, then do me a favor. Help me pass a message to the Gu clan leader. Yi Qinfeng thought for a while and said, What message? Gu Hong asked. Be careful of the human sovereign. Yi Qinfeng transmitted his voice. This, Gu Hong's eyes widened. Huge waves surged in his heart as he revealed a look of deep shock. Brother Gu Hong, you only need to pass this message to the Gu clan leader. He will naturally understand what I mean. Yi Qinfeng did not reveal any more information. Okay, I'll definitely pass this message. Looking at Yi Qinfeng's face, Gu Hong felt the seriousness of the situation and nodded his head heavily. Yi Qinfeng and Gu Hong secretly discussed for a while before quietly leaving the extremely lively lookout pavilion. They secretly came to the ancient god ruins and prepared to enter the ancient god ruins to take away the myriad origin sword that suppressed the evil god. Then, they would try to use the soul devourer's brain to subdue the evil god that was not dead for their own use. After all these years of cultivation in the core of the universe, realm, God Eternal, and God Daoshu had refined 2 territory stones and condensed a complete territory. They had broken through to the lower stage, empty God realm in one go. In the War Demon's Sea of Soul, Yi Qinfeng had forcibly integrated 2 soul devourers' brains that he had just retrieved from the fighting spirit continent into Zilin's Sea of Soul. Chapter 1995. Entering the ancient god ruin again. Yi Qinfeng's strength was no longer the same as before. The dangers outside the ancient god ruin were no longer a threat to him. He summoned the undying wings and continued to increase his speed. He flew towards the depths of the ancient god ruin at an extremely fast speed. In less than a day, Yi Qinfeng flew above the river of death. I couldn't subdue you last time. Let's see where you can escape to this time. Yi Qinfeng knew how terrifying the river of death formed by the evil slaughter thousand flows was. The 4 ancestral Tao diagrams gushed out of his body and instantly transformed into a terrifying hand that covered the sky. It evolved the power of the sun, moon, and stars as it grabbed into the river of death. Boom! The entire river of death went berserk. The slowly flowing river was cut off by Yi Qinfeng's palm. The terrifying power shook the space within a few miles. Damn it, it's you again. What are you trying to do? After being attacked by Yi Qinfeng, the evil slaughter thousand flows artifact spirit appeared. It glared at Yi Qinfeng and roared furiously. Subdue you! Yi Qinfeng replied domineeringly. I advise you to give up. I will never submit to anyone. The evil slaughter, thousand flows artifact, spirit replied unyieldingly. That's not up to you. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng controlled the 4 ancestral Tao diagrams to continue forming the huge hand that covered the sky. With a terrifying pressure, it attacked the evil slaughter thousand flows artifact spirit. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? After being attacked by Yi Qinfeng, the evil slaughter thousand flows artifact spirit was enraged. It quickly mobilized the river of death's power and condensed it into a terrifying black flood dragon. It crashed into the huge hand that covered the sky and broke Yi Qinfeng's attack. God's spirit heart fuse. After his attack was broken, Yi Qinfeng immediately fused with the god's spirit heart and forcibly raised his strength to the half-step progenitor realm. He summoned his ancestral sword soul and attacked the evil slaughter thousand flows artifact spirit. A sword stabbed over, and the black flood dragon that shattered the huge hand that covered the sky was instantly shattered. The terrifying sword light tore through the entire space and struck the evil slaughter thousand flows artifact spirit like a bolt of lightning, forcing it to dodge in a sorry state. How did your strength increase so quickly? It had only been a few decades since Yi Qinfeng's last visit. The evil slaughter thousand streams artifact spirit couldn't believe that Yi Qinfeng had grown to such a level in just a few short years. Xia Sha Qianlu, submitting to me is the best ending for you. Not only you, the evil god will also submit to me soon. Yi Qinfeng said tyrannically. Humph. Although I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounters you've had these past few years, I'm afraid that with your strength, it's undoubtedly impossible for you to subdue the evil god. The evil Sha Thousand Streams artifact spirit was a top-notch ancestral artifact of the evil race and knew how terrifying the evil god was. If not for the fact that the myriad origin sword was the divine race's greatest treasure and contained unimaginable power, the evil god would have escaped long ago. How about this? Let's make a bet. If you submit to me, I'll bring you to subdue the evil god. If I can't subdue the evil god, I'll immediately return your freedom. Yi Qinfeng said calmly. You think I'll believe your nonsense? The evil Sha Thousand Streams artifact spirit said stubbornly. If you want to subdue me, then show me some real ability. All right, since that's the case, then I'll beat you until you submit. With that, Yi Qinfeng was like an arrow that had been released from a bow. He descended from the sky and interweaved with terrifying sword power as he unleashed a ferocious attack on the evil Sha Thousand Streams artifact spirit. River of Death, destroy heaven and earth. Feeling the threat from Yi Qinfeng, the evil Sha Thousand Streams artifact spirit mobilized the River of Death's full power to attack, wanting to destroy Yi Qinfeng. Invincible sword body, sword domain. The roaring river of death attacked. Yi Qinfeng immediately activated his invincible sword body and supported the sword domain, directly breaking the river of death's attack. Following that, Yi Qinfeng summoned the Divine Essence Pagoda, which suppressed the space within a few miles. It was like a majestic mountain that smashed into the river of death. Divine Essence Pagoda. How did Ling Taizu's Divine Essence Pagoda end up in your hands? The evil Sha Thousand Streams artifact spirit had clashed with the Divine Essence Pagoda in ancient times, so it knew how terrifying the Divine Essence Pagoda was. When it saw Yi Qinfeng summon Ling Taizu's Divine Essence Pagoda, it revealed an expression of disbelief. Not only do I have the Divine Essence Pagoda, I also have a Void God artifact. Yi Qinfeng summoned the divine Sword Devourer to intimidate the evil Sha Thousand Streams artifact spirit. Myriad swords return. When the evil Sha Thousand Streams artifact spirit was intimidated by the divine Sword Devourer, Yi Qinfeng activated his invincible sword body to the extreme. With the divine Sword Devourer in his hand, he transformed into tens of thousands of invincible divine swords. Like an endless river, he slashed open the river of death and heavily injured the artifact spirit. Divine Essence Pagoda, suppress. The evil Sha Thousand Streams artifact spirit was heavily injured by the myriad swords' return. Yi Qinfeng immediately controlled the Divine Essence Pagoda to suppress it. It heavily smashed onto the evil Sha Thousand Streams artifact spirit, continuously worsening its injuries. Yi Qinfeng looked at the heavily injured artifact spirit that couldn't break free from the Divine Essence Pagoda suppression and asked again, "Evil Sha Thousand Streams, will you submit or not?" "No, I am the evil race's ancestral artifact. I will only submit to the evil race," the evil Sha Thousand Streams artifact spirit said firmly. "Half-step evil god, come out." The moment the evil Sha Thousand Streams artifact spirit said that, Yi Qinfeng summoned the half-step evil god. "Half-step evil god, you actually have a half-step evil god by your side." Feeling the terrifying aura of the half-step evil god, the evil Sha Thousand Streams artifact spirit was even more shocked. The evil race was almost wiped out. He didn't dare to imagine that Yi Qinfeng would have a half-step evil god by his side. "Artifact spirit, my patience is limited. If you still don't submit, don't blame me for destroying you. At that time, the evil Sha Thousand Streams will naturally still be mine." Yi Qinfeng warned somewhat impatiently. "Okay, I submit." The evil Sha Thousand Streams artifact spirit took a deep look at Yi Qinfeng, who made him extremely apprehensive. Then he looked at the half-step evil god that had already submitted to Yi Qinfeng and finally chose to submit. "I hope you didn't lie to me. Otherwise, I will definitely destroy you," Yi Qinfeng coldly warned. He took back the Divine Essence Pagoda and restored the freedom of the evil Sha Thousand Streams artifact spirit. Evil Sha Thousand Streams, condense. The artifact spirit didn't care about the injuries on his body. He forcibly extracted the river of death and condensed it into a black chain that coiled around Yi Qinfeng's arm. Primordial blood, drip blood to bind. After subduing the evil Sha Thousand Streams artifact spirit, Yi Qinfeng immediately squeezed out a large amount of essence blood and fused it into the black chain to forcefully bind it. After seeing Yi Qinfeng's terrifying strength, the evil Sha Thousand Streams artifact spirit didn't dare to resist. In addition, the grade of the primordial blood is extremely high. Soon, Yi Qinfeng had evil Sha Thousand Streams artifact spirit recognized him as its master. "Evil Sha, other than you, how many top-quality ancestral artifacts are there in the ancient god ruins?" Yi Qinfeng asked. The evil Sha Thousand Streams artifact spirit appeared and shook his head. "No, other than me, there are no other top-quality ancestral artifacts in the ancient god ruins. However, there are a few high-quality ancestral artifacts." "Okay, bring me to the high-quality ancestral artifacts." High-quality ancestral artifacts are extremely precious. If they were to spread to the outside world, it would cause many races to fight over them. Under the guidance of the evil Sha Thousand Streams artifact spirit, Yi Qinfeng found many high-quality ancestral artifacts scattered in the depths of the ancient god ruins. Relying on his absolute strength, he intimidated their artifact spirits and subdued them one by one. Chapter 1996. "Mo, what's wrong?" Looking at the weak Mo, Yi Qinfeng's heart skipped a beat. He immediately walked over and asked with concern, "Brother Yi, you're here." Mo, who seemed to have been drained of all her energy, opened her tired eyes. When she saw Yi Qinfeng, she could not hide her joy. "Come, Mo, refine this divine stone." Yi Qinfeng took out a divine stone and gave it to the weak Mo, to help her refine the divine stone quickly and recover her energy. About 2 hours later, Mo had refined part of the divine stone's energy and gradually recovered some of her energy. "Mo, what happened? Why are you so weak?" Yi Qinfeng asked with concern. The evil god is about to control the universal sword and escape." The pale Mo slowly sat up and said weakly, "I've used up all my energy, but I can't suppress him." Mo, or leave the evil god to us. Yi Qinfeng glanced at the universal sword that had been partially infiltrated by the evil energy. Big brother, the evil god is very scary. You're definitely not his match. Don't let him escape, or you'll die. Mo, or grabbed Yi Qinfeng's arm tightly and said anxiously, Don't worry, Amor. I'm here to suppress the evil god, and I'm confident that I can do it. With that, Yi Qinfeng summoned Empty God, Shan Yangu, Death God, War Demon, and Ancestor Fa Tian and Zi Lin, who were Peak Ancestor, who had just broken through to Empty God level. Senior Yangu, Senior Empty God, you've broken through to Empty God level? Mo are asked in surprise when she came to the Universal Sword. She saw Shan Yangu and Empty God and felt that both of them had broken through to lower Empty God level. Yes, we've broken through to Empty God level, and we can suppress the evil god. Shan Yangu, who was dressed in white, nodded and said, Mo, pull out the universal sword and we'll suppress the evil god together. All right. Shan Yangu could be considered Mo's master. She nodded and communicated with the myriad origin sword that had been infiltrated by evil energy, slowly pulling it out of the quagmire of death. Ao. The moment I pulled out the myriad origin sword, a chilling ghostly wail rang out from the quagmire of death. The entire quagmire of death boiled up as the rolling evil aura transformed into a ferocious face, hissing at Yi Qinfeng and the others. Shin Hingu, it's actually you. You actually dared to pull out the myriad origin sword. This god will definitely destroy you today and take revenge for my countless evil race clansmen. The ferocious face roared at Shan Hingu, causing the entire space to tremble violently. Evil god, back then, I was able to suppress you when I was at the peak of the progenitor realm. Now that this evil god has broken through to the nihility god realm, do you think that you still have a chance to take revenge? Shen Yonggu ignored the ferocious face of Ming Xiao and took a step forward as he replied in a domineering manner. As he took a step forward, a stream of divine light surged beneath his feet, tearing apart the chaotic space and blasting the ferocious face apart with a single blow. Evil god, stop hiding and come out quickly. Shin Hingu said arrogantly after blasting the ferocious face apart with a single kick. Senior Hingu, be careful. He has taken control of the myriad origin sword. Suddenly, Ai's expression changed drastically as she shouted at Shen Hingu, Divine sword swallowing sky. At the critical moment, Yi Qinfeng burned his primordial blood and merged with his low-level nihility god chaotic avatar. Wielding the divine sword swallowing sky, he charged forward. Bam! The divine sword swallowing sky and the myriad origin sword collided. The explosive force instantly destroyed the entire space as though the end of the world had arrived. After taking the myriad origin sword head-on, Yi Qinfeng's body trembled violently. Large amounts of blood spurted out from his mouth and scattered in midair. Middle-level nihility god. The power of the myriad origin sword was above that of the divine sword swallowing sky. Through the god-eater brain, Yi Qinfeng discovered that the evil god was not an ordinary nihility god, but a mid-level one. Evil god, I've underestimated you. I didn't expect that after being suppressed by the myriad origin sword for so many years, not only did your realm not decline, but it even broke through. Shen Hingu, Shen Daoxiu, and the others had not expected the evil god to break through under such harsh conditions. They were extremely impressed by his vigorous vitality and his belief in pursuing the supreme path. Leave the myriad origin sword to me and Mo. Senior Hingu, use all your strength to suppress the evil god. Don't let him escape. Yi Qinfeng controlled the newly subdued evil Slaughter Thousand and the 10 ancient ancestral flags to seal the entire space as he transmitted his voice to Shin Hingu and the others. All right, be careful. Shin Hingu nodded. He summoned his supreme grade ancestral weapons and attacked the death swamp. Under the combined attacks of Shen Henggu and the others, the death swamp was directly blasted apart, revealing the evil god that was suppressed in the deepest part of the death swamp. It was completely red, filled with explosive muscles, had 2 demonic horns and huge bat wings. It looked like a demon, god-demon aspect. The moment the evil god revealed his true form, Shen Daoxiu immediately condensed a 3-headed face and unleashed a terrifyingly powerful god domain to attack the evil god. As Shen Daoxiu attacked with all his strength, Shen Henggu, Reaper, and the others also activated the strongest power of their peak ancestral weapons, blasting out beams of energy that could destroy worlds at the evil god. Evil god domain. Facing the attacks of Shen Henggu and the others, the evil god suddenly opened its blood-red eyes. Its scarlet bat wings flapped violently, forming a terrifying evil god domain that forcefully blocked the attacks of Shen Daoxiu and the others. Myriad Origin Sword / As the evil god blocked the attacks of Shen Daoxiu, Shen Henggu, and the others, he used his mind to control the Myriad Origin Sword, which was permeated with evil energy, to slash at Yi Qinfeng. Mo, or help me. The might of the Myriad Origin Sword was far above that of Devour the Heavens. After taking the Myriad Origin Sword's attack head-on, Yi Qinfeng's sword domain shattered, and he was sent flying several hundred meters. Sensing the terror of the Myriad Origin Sword, Yi Qinfeng immediately asked for help from the Myriad Origin Sword's artifact spirit, Mo. Myriad Origin Sword Purify. Mo. Bit her lips and continuously communicated with the Myriad Origin Sword, forcibly purifying the evil energy that permeated the sword. Under Mo's control, the evil god gradually lost control of the Myriad Origin Sword. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Qinfeng summoned the Divine Essence Pagoda and suppressed the Myriad Origin Sword. Boom! The Divine Essence Pagoda and the Myriad Origin Sword collided. However, under the mountain-like suppression of the Divine Essence Pagoda, the Myriad Origin Sword didn't budge at all, but the Divine Essence Pagoda was damaged. This allowed Yi Qinfeng to witness the terror of the Myriad Origin Sword. Devour the Heavens / After the Divine Essence Pagoda failed to suppress the Myriad Origin Sword, Yi Qinfeng immediately fused his ancestral sword spirit into the Devour the Heavens and slashed at the Myriad Origin Sword. 1. Under the attack of the Devour the Heavens, the Myriad Origin Sword trembled, and the evil energy in the sword dissipated slightly. Big Brother, the Myriad Origin Sword has been severely infiltrated by the evil energy. If I want to purify it, I have to enter the Myriad Origin Sword. Mo. Had completely absorbed the energy of the Divine Stone. Looking at the Myriad Origin Sword that had gone out of control once again, she bit her lips and said, "All right, I will do my best to suppress the Myriad Origin Sword and help you purify it." Although Yi Qinfeng knew that it would be dangerous for Mo, to forcefully purify the Myriad Origin Sword in her weakened state, Yi Qinfeng knew that he had no other choice. If the evil god were to gain complete control of the Myriad Origin Sword, it would bring fatal danger to them. Myriad Origin Sword Fuse. Mo. Ai's body flashed and entered the Myriad Origin Sword like a stream of light. She activated the mysterious divine patterns in the Myriad Origin Sword and forcefully purified the evil energy in the Myriad Origin Sword. Sword Domain Suppress. Chapter 1997. While Yi Qinfeng and Mo were suppressing the Universal Sword, Shen Daoxiu, Shen Henggu, and the rest were in a heated battle with the evil god. Although Shen Henggu, Shen Daoxiu, and the rest had the advantage in numbers, the mid-level evil god was too terrifying. He kept crushing their attacks. F***CK. What is this guy? Why isn't he afraid of getting hurt? Zilin, who was controlling heaven and earth ancestor's body, was shocked when she realized that her continuous attacks could not hurt the evil god at all. Roar! Roar! The evil god's eyes locked onto Zilin. He opened his crimson mouth and let out a series of shocking roars, bombarding Zilin at close range. Oh no! Zilin's expression changed. She tried her best to defend herself. However, the difference in strength between her and the evil god was too great. She simply could not withstand the terrifying roar of the evil god and was directly sent flying. She fell heavily to the ground hundreds of meters away and could not get up for a long time. Yi Qinfeng, what is this? I'm going to die from the fall. Zilin, who was spitting out blood, shouted at Yi Qinfeng, who was suppressing the universal sword with all his might. Yi Qinfeng looked at Heaven and Earth Ancestor, who was calling himself, "Stop talking nonsense. Attack with all your might. If we can't suppress him, we'll all die." If Heaven and Earth Ancestor came back to life at this moment, he would probably die from anger. His illustrious reputation was destroyed after Lin reincarnated in his body. Space destruction. When the evil god sent Lin flying with a roar, Shen Hingu immediately used level 8 space rules. He destroyed the space around the evil god and launched a fatal attack. The space rules were extremely powerful. They instantly shattered the evil god's defense and damaged his body, causing cracks to appear on his body. However, the evil god had an immortal body. He recovered in the blink of an eye and attacked Shen Hingu and the rest with all his might. Fortunately, Shen Daoshu and Shen Hingu had broken through to the virtual god realm. The half-step virtual god Grim Reaper, half-step evil god, and War Demon's attacks were equally terrifying. They completely blocked the evil god's ferocious attacks. However, the destructive power of their attacks was too terrifying. They destroyed everything. The space at the end of the primordial god ruins was destroyed, and cracks appeared on the ground. What happened? Sensing the tremors coming from below Aeon City, all the major families in Aeon City were alerted. They followed the source of the sound and came to the primordial god ruins. The vibration came from the ancient god ruins. Could it be that Prince Yi has come for the ancient god ruins? Thinking of Yi Qinfeng, who had appeared not long ago, Wei Shirtong and the others guessed. "Elder Wei, should we go in and take a look?" Li Yifeng, the head of the Li clan, asked when he saw that the barrier around the ancient god ruins was severely damaged. "Forget it. The ancient god ruins is not something we can meddle in. Let's not join in the fun, lest we lose our lives for no reason." Wei Shirtong shook his head. "That's right. The ancient god ruins is so huge. The power that can shake the ancient god ruins is not something we can imagine. We should pray that the fierce battle in the ancient god ruins will not cause Aeon City to collapse." Sima Ju nodded and said solemnly, "Collapse of Aeon City." Hearing Sima Ju's words, Wei Shirtong and the others' faces changed. "Let's go back to Aeon City and activate the strongest barrier. We have to protect Aeon City no matter what." Aeon City was their root. Once Aeon City collapsed, it would be equivalent to severing the inheritance of their major families. Thinking of the consequences, Wei Shirtong and the others immediately rushed back to Aeon City and activated the strongest barrier, shrouding the violently trembling Aeon City. How long do you need to purify the evil god force in the Universal Origin Sword? The power of the Universal Origin Sword was beyond Yi Qinfeng's imagination. Even with Yi Qinfeng's current strength, he could not withstand it even after fusing with the chaotic avatar. The evil god has refined the Universal Origin Sword for countless years. It is impossible to purify all the evil god force in a short time. I estimate that I will be able to fully master the Universal Origin Sword in about 3 days. Mo's weak voice came from the Universal Origin Sword. 3 days is too long. In a battle between experts, the outcome could be decided in a moment. 3 days was very likely to cause the situation to spiral out of control. I will let the chaotic avatar help you. In order to purify the evil god force in the Universal Origin Sword as soon as possible, Yi Qinfeng summoned the chaotic avatar that he had fused with himself. He let the chaotic avatar transform into 5 colored roots and forcefully devour the evil god force in the Universal Origin Sword. Without the chaotic avatar, Yi Qinfeng's strength dropped rapidly. His sword domain was easily torn apart by the universal origin sword. Primitive Tao embryo. In this critical moment, Yi Qinfeng summoned the 2 primitive Tao embryos and attacked the universal origin sword with all his strength. The primitive Tao embryos were indestructible, but they could not withstand the attacks of the universal origin sword. Under the attacks of the universal origin sword, the bodies of the 2 primitive Tao embryos were continuously shattered, leaving behind deep sword scars. Chaotic Avatar, speed up the devouring. The 2 primitive Tao embryos were continuously damaged. Yi Qinfeng immediately communicated with the chaotic Avatar and used all his strength to devour the evil god force in the universal origin sword. Although it was extremely difficult for the chaotic Avatar to devour the evil god force with the universal origin sword in between, a large amount of evil god force was still devoured by the chaotic Avatar. In order to allow the chaotic Avatar to devour the evil god force in the universal origin sword was constantly decreasing. Slowly, Mo regained control of the universal origin sword. Big brother, I have regained control of the universal origin sword. The evil god can no longer control its attacks. The extremely weak Mo transmitted her voice with joy. Mo quickly purify the universal origin sword. Leave the evil god to us. With a thought, Yi Qinfeng merged with the chaos Dharma form again. He put away the 2 primitive embryos of Tao, which were covered in sword scars and severely damaged, into the universe realm. He wielded the divine sword Swallow Sky and slashed at the invincible evil god, who was gradually suppressing the attacks of Xin Daoxiu and the others. Myriad swords return. Yi Qinfeng activated the invincible sword body and fused with the sword domain. In an instant, tens of thousands of divine swords were formed. They fused with the divine sword, Heaven Devour, and slashed towards the roaring evil god. Qi. The evil god's body was directly penetrated by the river of sword shadows. The ground behind him was also pierced by this sword, creating a bottomless hole. In the next moment, the evil god activated the undying bloodline in his body and rapidly repaired his body that had been damaged by the myriad swords' return. He continued to fight fiercely against Xin Daoxiu, Shen Hinggu, and the others. Evil god domain break. The evil god once again opened up the powerful evil god domain. Borrowing the power of the domain, he neutralized the attacks of Shen Daoxiu and the others. God domain, death god domain, evil god domain. Crash! The moment the evil god opened up the evil god domain, Xin Daoxiu and the others opened up several large domains at the same time and crashed into the evil god domain. Boom, boom, boom. Several large domains crashed into each other, and the explosive power was earth-shattering. In the end, in the intense collision of several large domains, the powerful domains of the evil god, Shen Hinggu, Xin Daoxiu, and the others shattered at the same time. They all suffered injuries from the domain's backlash. Myriad deity tribulation. As the evil god suffered from the backlash and lost control of his body, Yi Qinfeng deduced the 4 ancestral Tao diagrams to the extreme and transformed them into the myriad deity tribulation. It released the ultimate power of the Tao that could destroy gods and pulverize all living beings. It was like the ultimate destruction of heaven and earth as it blasted towards the evil god. Bang! The evil god suffered a backlash, and his body was covered in wounds. Under Yi Qinfeng's all-out myriad deity tribulation, he directly exploded. However, before Yi Qinfeng and the others could suppress him with all their strength, the evil god once again activated his undying bloodline and repaired his exploded body. The terror of the undying body caused Yi Qinfeng and the others to feel a headache coming on. P.S. The WeChat group has been sent to the official WeChat account. However, the WeChat group is too difficult to use, and adding to the group is very troublesome. Everyone can first add the official WeChat account, YLTY83, and then add Yinlei's WeChat account. I will add you all into the group. Chapter 1998. Continued to attack. Only by destroying him again and again can we weaken his undying body to the extreme and suppress him. Shin Hengu quickly swallowed an ancestor pellet to suppress his injuries and continued to attack the evil god who had activated his undying body to repair his body. Roar, I want your lives! The worsening of his injuries completely enraged the evil god. He activated his powerful bloodline power, and his crimson body suddenly expanded. He roared at Yi Qin Feng and the others. Roar of the evil god! With one roar, the heavens fell and the earth cracked, space shattered. The terrifying roar was like a rolling river that swept toward Yi Qin Feng and the others, wanting to annihilate them. Celestial demon goblin dharma idol, 3 heaven-shaking roars. Shin Daoshu quickly blocked in front of the others and formed a 3-headed skull, letting out 3 roars. Although Shan Daoshu had broken through to the low-level virtual god realm and his combat strength had increased by more than 100 times compared to the mid-level virtual god realm evil god, there was still a huge gap in strength. For powerful roars collided, and the celestial demon goblin dharma idol's roar was instantly shattered. Space black hole! At the critical moment, Shen Hengu mobilized a powerful space power and formed a space black hole, swallowing the roaring roars and neutralizing the evil god's attack. Destruction! The evil god's roar was blocked by Shen Hengu and Shin Daoshu. The evil god immediately launched a destructive attack, directly shattering the space within a few miles and bombarding Yi Qin Feng and the others. Puff, puff, puff! After receiving the destructive attack of the evil god, Zilin and Fa Tianzu, who were both peak ancestor realm, could no longer hold on. They flew back a few thousand meters and fell heavily on the ground, losing the ability to fight again. Although Death God, War Demon, and the half-step evil god resisted the destructive power with their powerful strength, their injuries were also very serious. 1,000 swords returned to origin. 1,000 gods, tribulation, infinite chaos. Enduring the attack of the destructive power, Yi Qin Feng opened up his sword domain and turned his body into 10,000 swords. His left hand formed the 10,000 gods' tribulation, and his right hand formed the infinite chaos. He used 3 supreme divine abilities to attack the evil god. Under the attack of the 3 supreme divine abilities, the destructive power was forcibly torn apart. The 3 divine abilities bombarded the evil god's body one after another, worsening its injuries. Explode! Divine Tao Void. Shen Hengu ignored his injuries and attacked the evil god with all his strength. Taking advantage of the fact that the evil god was heavily injured by Yi Qinfeng's 3 supreme divine abilities, Shen Hengu's body exploded. Immortal body repair. With his body destroyed, the evil god did not hesitate to activate his undying bloodline to repair his broken body. He continued to attack Yi Qin Feng and the others. Divine sword swallows the heavens. Slash. The moment evil god's body was repaired, Yi Qin Feng controlled Devour the Heavens to come down. He slashed at evil god's repaired body and cut off half of his body. Following that, Shen Yonggu, Shen Daoshu, the Grim Reaper, and the others launched their attacks, blasting his body apart once again. Although the evil god had the undying body, his body had been blown up again and again, which had a great impact on him. His battle prowess had even declined. At this moment, the evil god's power within the Myriad Origins sword rapidly disappeared as Mo used all her strength to refine it. This made the evil god, who had regained his freedom, want to retreat. He wanted to quickly break out of the encirclement and escape. Mo quickly come and help. Sensing the evil god's intention to break out of the encirclement and escape, Yi Qin Feng immediately summoned Mo. He controlled Devourer and Myriad Origins sword to attack evil god together. Under the attack of the 2 great void god weapons, the evil god's body was forcefully split open. Following that, his broken body was attacked by Shen Yonggu, Shen Daoshu, and the others and exploded again. The evil god's body was continuously blown up, causing the undying bloodline in his body to become weaker and weaker. His battle prowess also continued to decline. Chaos Law Idol, Chaos Divine Wood. Sensing that the time was right, Yi Qinfeng summoned his Chaos Law Idol once again. He controlled his Law Idol to transform into a towering Chaos Divine Wood that was swaying with chaotic 5 elements light. It extended tens of thousands of 5-colored roots and took root on evil god's exploded body, forcefully devouring him. Chaos Divine Wood. Why is the Chaos Divine Wood here? Although the evil race was known as the Undying Race, they also had a nemesis, which was the Chaos Divine Wood that could devour everything. After being devoured by the Chaos Divine Wood, the evil god, who was severely injured and had a thin, undying bloodline, let out a terrified expression. He quickly repaired his broken body and tried to break out of the encirclement. Divine Essence Pagoda, suppress the space. Yi Qinfeng did not give the evil god any chance to break out of the encirclement. He quickly summoned the Divine Essence Pagoda and controlled it to enlarge continuously, suppressing the entire space and restricting the evil god's speed. At the same time, Shen Yonggu, Shin Daoxiu, and the others also attacked with all their might, suppressing the evil god and weakening his battle prowess, creating the best opportunity for the Chaos Divine Wood to devour him. Destroy. Under the Chaos Divine Wood's devouring, the evil god's battle prowess continued to decline. Having just escaped, he did not want to be suppressed again and attacked the Chaos Divine Wood with all his might. However, the Chaos Divine Wood had become extremely terrifying after evolving time and time again. The evil god was continuously defeated and his battle prowess was reduced by 1/3. He could not destroy the Chaos Divine Wood at all. Although the evil god's power was constantly being devoured by the Chaos Divine Wood, his resistance was getting weaker and weaker. Yi Qinfeng took out the extremely precious Soul Eater's brain that could control virtual gods and threw it at the evil god. No, what is this? Feeling the Soul Eater's brain continuously corroding his consciousness, the evil god let out a terrified roar and attacked the Soul Eater's brain with all his might. However, he was too weak at the moment and could not resist the Chaos Divine Wood's devouring and the Soul Eater's brain's corrosion. In addition, Shen Yonggu, Shin Daoxiu, and the others spared no effort to suppress the evil god. Slowly, the evil god's resistance became weaker and weaker. In the end, he lost all resistance and allowed the Soul Eater's brain to corrode his consciousness. Chaos Divine Wood, transform! Feeling that the evil god had lost all resistance, Yi Qinfeng retrieved the Chaos Divine Wood and put the evil god into the universe mirror. Chengfeng, thank you. The evil god's threat had always been a thorn in Shin Yonggu's heart. Now that Yi Qinfeng had taken care of it, he no longer had anything to worry about and could devote all his energy to cultivation. Senior Yonggu is too courteous. This is what I should do. Yi Qinfeng smiled, neither haughty nor humble. As thanks, I'll give you the Myriad Origin Sword. Shen Yonggu was not stingy and gave Yi Qinfeng the Myriad Origin Sword, which was even more precious than Devourer. Since that's the case, then I won't stand on ceremony. With the Myriad Origin Sword and Devourer, Yi Qinfeng's attacks had reached inconceivable levels. He was completely capable of killing low-level virtual gods and fighting mid-level virtual gods. Big brother, where have you been lately? Just as the dust settled and Shin Daoxiu and the rest were preparing to treat their wounds, Mu Linger suddenly appeared in front of Yi Qinfeng. She stared at his left shoulder and spoke in a soft voice. Linger, is there something wrong with my body? Yi Qinfeng asked with furrowed brows. I sensed a strange soul imprint on your left shoulder, but it doesn't belong to you. Your every move is being monitored by it. Mu Linger nodded. A soul imprint. Yi Qinfeng's expression shifted. He immediately used the God Devour brain to sense his left shoulder, but found nothing. Linger, can you help me get rid of this soul imprint? Since he couldn't find it himself, Yi Chin Fong could only turn to Mu Linger for help. "I'll do my best." Mu Linger took a deep breath before sending strands of strange energy into Yi Chin Feng's left shoulder to forcefully break open the soul imprint. Mu Linger spared no effort to break open the soul imprint on Yi Chin Feng's body. The instant the soul imprint was broken, Yi Chin Feng felt the existence of the memories in his soul. "Who exactly left this soul imprint on my body?" Yi Chin Feng's brows were tightly knitted together. Could it be Tai? Chapter 1999. Qing Feng, who left a soul imprint on you? When Shen Daoxiu and the others saw that Yi Chin Feng's expression was extremely gloomy and deep in thought, they walked over and asked, "I don't know either." Although Yi Chin Feng guessed that the person who left a soul imprint on him was most likely Tai, he didn't say it out loud. "Evil God, how many secrets do you know about the celestial race?" The evil race had a close relationship with the celestial race. As the king of the evil race, the evil god should know many secrets about the celestial race. "Young Master Yi, what do you want to know?" Because of Soul Eater's control, the evil god could only obey Yi Chin Feng and ask in a low voice, "I want to know if Supreme God Heaven and Supreme Emperor Heaven are the same person." Yi Chin Feng asked, "Young Master Yi, this matter is too confidential." "I don't know." The evil god shook his head. "Then do you know if the true ruler of the celestial race is Supreme God Heaven or Supreme Emperor Heaven?" Yi Chin Feng thought for a moment and continued to ask, It's very likely that neither of them is the true ruler of the celestial race." The evil god sank into deep memories and revealed an important piece of information. "Evil God, do you know who the true ruler of the celestial race is?" Yi Chin Feng raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. Even Shen Daoxiu and Shen Yinggu were attracted by the evil god's words and surrounded him, wanting to know the secrets of the celestial race. "I don't know. That person hides very deeply. I don't think many people in the Void God realm know of his existence." The evil god shook his head. "Evil God, do you know the relationship between the human sovereign, Yu Huashen, and the celestial race?" Yi Chin Feng asked. "As far as I know, the relationship between the human race and the celestial race isn't harmonious. The human sovereign and the celestial race should be enemies." "Enemies?" Yi Chin Feng's frown deepened. If the human sovereign and the celestial race were enemies, then what was the human race's intention in promoting the alliance with the ancient race and the Ya race? Through the conversation with the evil god, Yi Chin Feng smelled the scent of a conspiracy. "Then, evil god, do you know any other great secrets about the celestial race?" Yi Chin Feng pondered for a moment before asking. "I know that the Heaven Clan and the Demon Clan have two secret origins. If we destroy those two origins, it will affect the Heaven Clan and the Demon Clan's ancestral bloodline greatly," said Evil God. "Origin source." Yi Chin Feng's eyes lit up. It was extremely difficult for Yi Chin Feng to advance further and break through to half-step virtual god level after cultivating to 6-star ancestor level. However, if he could refine the massive amount of origin energy, it would greatly reduce the speed of his breakthrough to half-step virtual god level. "Yes, I know the origins of the Heaven race and the Demon race are very hidden, but they are one of the most important origins of the two races. If we destroy them, the Heaven race and the Demon race will definitely go crazy." Evil God nodded. "All right, then let's go to the Heaven Clan's origin source first." Thinking that almost all of the almighties of the Heaven Clan and the Demon race had gone to the Ya race to search for the Phoenix God and the Chaos Tomb, now was the best time to destroy the origins of the Heaven Clan and the Demon race. Yi Chin Feng decided to go to the Heaven Clan's origin source first before going to the Demon race to devour the Demon race's origin source and teach the Heaven Clan and the Demon race a painful lesson. The North Chio heavenly sect was a powerful force that relied on the Heaven Clan. It was located in the North Chio mountain range and controlled thousands of miles of the North Chio mountain range. It was the overlord of the North Chio region. Young Master Yi, the Heaven Clan's secret origin source, is hidden in the North Chio mountain range and has been guarded by the North Chio heavenly sect for generations. The origin source is very important to the Heaven Clan, so normally every origin source would be guarded by a virtual god of the Heaven Clan. Evil God, who was dressed in a black robe, appeared beside Yi Qinfeng and said slowly. After a month of traveling, Yi Qinfeng and his group finally arrived at the North Chio heavenly sect. However, Yi Qinfeng did not want to expose himself and did not barge into the North Chio heavenly sect. He was planning to frame the human emperor, or Yu Huaxin, to complicate the situation in the virtual god realm. If he could trigger a conflict between the Supreme God Heaven, Supreme Emperor Heaven, and the human emperor, and Yu Huaxin, it would be even better. I know. You go to the universe realm to cultivate first. I'll go to the North Chio heavenly city and see if there are any opportunities. After that, Yi Qinfeng sent Evil God into the universe realm and brought the mysterious Mu Linger with him to the North Chio mountain range outside of the North Chio mountain range. How can I frame the human emperor and Yu Huaxin and successfully devour the Heaven Clan's origin source? Yi Qinfeng walked into the North Chio heavenly city, which had different architectural styles and pavilions. It was bustling with noise and liveliness. Yi Qinfeng released his powerful spirit energy to cover a radius of a few li to collect useful information. Big Brother Yi, I'm so hungry. Let's go eat something, okay? Mu Linger, who had a unique temperament, was like a lotus flower as she gently swung Yi Qinfeng's arm. All right, let's go to the front to eat. Yi Qinfeng nodded and brought Mu Linger to an elegant and luxurious restaurant in the North Chio heavenly city. Mu Linger's temperament was natural and invisibly dazzling. When she entered the restaurant with Yi Qinfeng, she immediately attracted the attention of many people. Young Master Ge, what do you think of that girl? Seeing the natural temperament of Mu Linger, a man in white robes with long eyes and a malicious look lightly nudged the man in black beside him as he spoke in a low voice. She really is a rare beauty. The man in black nodded as he looked at Mu Linger, who was drinking tea in silence while waiting for food. I've heard that what young Master Tian likes the most is to collect all kinds of beautiful women. This young lady will definitely suit young Master Tian's taste. If we present her to young Master Huang, we will have a chance to make friends with him. The white-robed man's lips curled up slightly as he suggested softly, You're right. With this girl's temperament, she'll definitely move young Master Huang. Young Master Ji's eyes lit up. Let's go take a look and find out their origins. Young Master Ge was not a reckless person and prepared to test Yi Qinfeng and his companion first. The two of you look unfamiliar. Are you new to the North Chio heavenly city? Young Master Ge and the other young master slowly walked over with 2 cups of fine wine that emitted traces of cool air. They asked with ill intentions, What does this have to do with you? Yi Qinfeng put down his teacup and glanced at the two of them as he spoke in a neutral tone. Haha, please don't mind us. We don't have any ill intentions. We just want to make friends with you. Hearing Yi Qinfeng's cold tone, the shrewd young master didn't get angry, but chuckled as he spoke. You're not telling the truth. You're up to no good by coming here. Mu Linger shook her head as she spoke with hostility. Miss, you're wrongly accusing us. Young Master Ge looked at Mu Linger's pure and lovely face and felt more and more moved. We really feel like we've met at first sight and want to make friends with you. You'll be struck by lightning if you lie. You better not lie. Mu Linger said innocently. Haha, Miss is right. Lying will get you struck by lightning, but we're sincere, so we'll definitely be fine. The man in white robes laughed, amused by Mu Linger's innocent words. But in the next instant, Terrifying rolls of thunder came from above the restaurant. Chapter 2000. Lightning. They really were struck by lightning. And it was the terrifying, sky-piercing Saint Lightning. It's this. There really is such an evil thing. Everyone in the restaurant was stunned by the sight of young Master Go and young Master Go twitching on the ground. They looked at the innocent Mu Linger in a different light. Damned girl, my Go clan won't let you off. Young Master Go spat out a mouthful of black smoke as he glared at Mu Linger. He wasn't an idiot and knew this was all Mu Linger's doing. Although Mu Linger was a little strange, he relied on his status to disregard her and Yi Chinfeng. His eyes flashed with ruthlessness as he prepared to take revenge on Mu Linger. I warned you long ago that you'd be struck by lightning for lying, but you didn't believe me. Mu Linger ignored young Master Ge's threat. If you speak rudely again, you'll be struck by lightning again. You, young Master Gu pointed a trembling finger at Yi Chinfeng. Although he wanted to curse him to vent his anger, he couldn't help but feel apprehensive at the sight of Mu Linger. His curses got stuck in his throat. Rumble. At this moment, another bolt of lightning descended from the skies and slammed into young Master G's body, splitting his skin and flesh open. He hovered between life and death, almost crying. I hate it when people point at me. If you dare to point at me again, the heavens will punish you on my behalf. Mu Linger said angrily as she looked at the scorched, smoking, twitching young Master Ge. What frightening control of nature! Yi Chinfeng's pupil shrunk as he looked at Mu Linger in shock. He never expected her to have such terrifying control of nature, enough to summon the sky-piercing Saint Lightning out of thin air. Young Master Go was on the verge of death after being struck by the sky-piercing Saint Lightning. He didn't dare to offend Mu Linger again. Soul search. Just as young Master Go and his companion were praying for Yi Chinfeng and his companion to leave as soon as possible so that they could return to their families and gather experts for revenge, Yi Chinfeng arrived beside young Master Go and his companion. He easily took control of them and searched their souls. Yes, the Lord of the North Chiu Heavenly Sect will be holding a banquet in the North Chiu Heavenly Sect in 8 days to celebrate his breakthrough to the Ancestor Realm. At that time, Tian Clan, Demon Clan, and some of the forces they control will come to congratulate you. Yi Chinfeng unexpectedly obtained important information from Gu Xiao's Sea of Soul and revealed a look of surprise. Let's go, Linger. Let's find a place to rest. Other than knowing that the North Chiu Heavenly Sect was about to hold a banquet, Yi Chinfeng also knew that Huang Yichen, one of the 4 young masters of the Imperial Heavenly Clan, was about to arrive, who, hearing that Yi Chinfeng and Mu Linger were about to leave, the dizzy young Master Go and his companion exhaled in relief. Suddenly, Yi Chinfeng raised his legs and viciously kicked young Master Go and his companion. Their bodies were charred black and sent flying through the solid wall before crashing into the bustling streets. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Big Brother Yi, where are we going next? Mu Linger asked in silence. Her delicate face didn't show a trace of worry. We'll rest in the universe realm first and wait for the Celestial Clan to arrive. The Celestial Clan and the Gu Clan had close ties. Moreover, Huang Yichen was lustful and young Master Go had found him many beauties. Thus, Huang Yichen would stay at the Gu Clan for a few days after arriving in North Chiu Heavenly City. According to the information from Gu Xiao's Sea of Soul, Yi Chinfeng and his companion arrived outside the Ji clan estate. They found a secluded place and entered the universe realm with Mu Linger. Silence awaited Huang Yichen's arrival. Yi Chinfeng was preparing to disguise himself as Huang Yichen and enter the North Chiu Heavenly Sect to devour the source of heaven. While Yi Chinfeng was waiting in the universe realm, the severely injured young Master Go and his companion were carried back to the Ji clan estate. Instantly, the Gu clan of the North Chiu Heavenly City was enraged and sent out many experts to search for Yi Qinfeng and his companions' whereabouts. But the experts of the Ge clan searched the entire North Qiu heavenly city once without finding Yi Qinfeng and his companion. This made young Master Ge even angrier and gloomier. Just as young Master Ge was unwilling to give up and continued to urge the experts of the Ge family to track down Yi Qinfeng and Yi Qinfeng, a group of people from the Heavenly Imperial clan led by Huang Yichen arrived at the North Qiu heavenly city, restoring peace to the city. "Brother Yichen, you're finally here." Young Master Ge, whose injuries had mostly recovered, but his complexion was still slightly pale, saw Huang Yichen, one of the 4 young masters of the Sky Imperial clan, who wore a white robe, a crown on his head, and a pair of boots on his feet. He immediately went up to greet him. Xiaojun, what happened to you?" Huang Yichen glanced at the pale-faced Ge Xiaojun, whose aura was a little chaotic, and frowned. "AI, to tell you the truth, I found a peerless beauty for Brother Yichen a few days ago, but I wasn't careful and fell into their trap. They injured me." Ge Xiaojun sighed softly. Then he added fuel to the fire. Did you catch that beauty in the end?" Huang Yichen's expression darkened as he asked in a low voice. "Not yet." Ge Xiaojun shook his head. "The experts of the Ge clan have searched the entire North Qiu heavenly city, but couldn't find them. We don't know where they've hidden themselves, but we can be sure that they haven't left the city. It's good that they haven't left the city. You must catch that woman. I'd like to see what kind of beauty she is to dare injure you." Huang Yichen said maliciously. In his eyes, Mu Linger was far more important than Ge Xiaojun, who was loyal to him. "Let's go, Yichen, let's talk inside." While Huang Yichen and Ge Xiaojun were exchanging pleasantries, an old man in dark gray robes with a long white beard and a glowing face spoke up. "It's the Grand Elder." Although Huang Yichen was one of the 4 young masters of the Imperial Celestial clan, he didn't dare to act presumptuously in front of the old man. When the Ge clan found out that the old man was the Grand Elder of the Imperial Celestial clan, Ling Guangzhu, who was at the peak of the Ancestor Realm, they immediately welcomed Huang Yichen's group into the Ge clan and warmly entertained them. After 3 rounds of drinking, the sky gradually darkened. The equally lecherous Ling Guangzhu and Huang Yichen were arranged to stay in the same courtyard. "Xiaojun, the old ancestor, and I are tired. Hurry and arrange for a few beauties to relieve us of our tiredness," Huang Yichen ordered loudly as he reeked of alcohol. "Old ancestor, Brother Yichen, I've already arranged the beauties for you. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Ge Xiaojun smiled coquettishly before clapping his hands. Immediately, guards carried over the 6 charming beauties that the Ge clan had used all sorts of despicable methods to kidnap over the past few days. Ling Guangzhu and Huang Yichen's eyes lit up when they saw the 6 pale-faced women wrapped in gauze, outlining their graceful figures. They couldn't wait to tear apart the gauze that was wrapped around their bodies. "All right. There's nothing else for you to do here. You can go rest now." The impatient Huang Yichen waved his hand impatiently and urged him on. Yes. Fey Bright Ancestor, Brother Yichen, I won't disturb your mood any further. Enjoy yourselves," Ge Xiaojun said before withdrawing. He also ordered that no one in the Ge clan was allowed to approach the courtyard where Huang Yichen and Mu Linger were resting. Just as Huang Yichen activated the restrictions around the courtyard to prevent anyone from disturbing them, a streak of dust appeared in the courtyard. Chapter 2001. Who's there? Ling Guangzhu, who was about to bring the 3 girls back to his room, suddenly sensed an unfamiliar aura and became alert. "I didn't expect you to be so sharp." With a thought, Yi Qinfeng left the universe realm and appeared in the outside world. Then he watched quietly. Ling Guangzhu and Huang Yichen said indifferently, "How dare you ruin this young master's mood? I think you must be tired of living." Huang Yichen looked at Yi Qinfeng with a gloomy expression as he said in a sinister voice, Sai, with your eyesight, you can become one of the 4 young masters of the Imperial Sky Clan. Looks like the Imperial Sky Clan is going to fall. Yi Qinfeng sighed softly, not putting Huang Yichen in his eyes at all. Brat, don't be arrogant. Do you really think that I can't deal with you? Ling Guangzhu said angrily, although he felt a strong, dangerous aura from Yi Qinfeng. He was confident that he still had many methods to suppress Yi Qinfeng. Just a peak ancestor. Even if you're an empty god, you can't deal with me. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and replied domineeringly, Good, good. I'll see what kind of ability you have to spout such arrogant words. Ling Guangzhu was enraged and was about to burn his powerful bloodline power to suppress Yi Qinfeng with a thunderous force and interrogate him about his identity. I'm afraid you'll cry. Yi Qinfeng smiled and summoned the evil god, Xin Daoshu and Xin Hinggu, out of the universe realm. Three empty gods. Ling Guangzhu was the supreme elder of the Imperial Sky Clan and often saw empty gods. He was familiar with the aura of empty gods. When the 3 of them appeared, Ling Guangzhu's eyes widened in shock. He could not believe that Yi Qinfeng had 3 empty gods by his side. Ling Guangzhu was not the only one who was scared silly. Huang Yichen also revealed a look of horror. He quickly took out a communication pearl and wanted to send a message for help. Whoosh! An ear-piercing sword cry rang out. With a single thought, Yi Qinfeng's ancestral sword spirit flew out of his sea of soul. With a single slash, it tore through space and chopped off Huang Yichen's right arm. A large amount of blood gushed out like a fountain as Huang Yichen roared in pain. Although Huang Yichen's cries were very loud, there was a strong restriction in the courtyard. In addition, there was no one around the courtyard. Even if Huang Yichen screamed himself hoarse, no one could hear him. Who are you? Could it be that you have enmity with my celestial imperial clan? Ling Guangzhu did his best to calm himself down. Facing 3 foe gods, he knew that he had no chance. He could only think of other methods. Who do you think we are? Yi Qinfeng put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, Humph. I am a Grand Elder of the Imperial Sky Clan. His life, Jade, has always been with the Imperial Sky Clan. If something happens to I, the Imperial Sky Clan will immediately know. At that time, you guys will not be able to escape from my Imperial Sky Clan's pursuit no matter where you go. Ling Guangzhu snorted coldly and used the Imperial Sky Clan to pressure Yi Qinfeng and the rest. If I was afraid of the Imperial Sky Clan's revenge, would I still make a move against you guys? Yi Qinfeng said indifferently. All right, if you guys are more obedient, I can let you guys suffer less. Otherwise, I will let you guys have a taste of my torture methods. Yi Qinfeng warned indifferently. Blood escape. Facing an enemy that he could not fight against, Ling Guangzhu knew that he could only escape. Immediately, he ignited all the blood in his body and turned into a bloody light, wanting to break through the restriction in the courtyard and escape. Do you think you can escape in front of this god? The demon god snorted coldly and opened up a terrifying demon god realm. In an instant, it engulfed Ling Guangzhu, who was covered in bloody light, and trapped him inside. In the next moment, the rolling power of the demon god realm turned into a huge hand that covered the sky. Under Ling Guangzhu's horrified gaze, he was held in the hand. The terrifying power continuously crushed all the bones in Ling Guangzhu's body, and a large amount of blood flowed out uncontrollably. When Ling Guangzhu was severely injured by the demon god, Yi Qinfeng appeared beside Huang Yichen, who had lost his right arm and was howling in pain. He easily injured him and stepped on him. Universe realm, keep. After injuring Ling Guangzhu and Huang Yichen at lightning speed, Yi Qinfeng immediately kept the 2 of them, who had no strength to resist, into the universe realm. Zilin, can you disguise as Ling Guangzhu? There was definitely an empty god in the North Chiu heavenly sect. In order to avoid being exposed, Yi Qinfeng still needed someone to disguise as Ling Guangzhou. As a 6-star ancestor, Zilin was the best candidate. Why should I help you? Zilin, who was still brooding about becoming an old man, said coldly, If you can disguise as Ling Guangzhou and help me complete this plan, I'll give you 2 chaos divine fruits that contain half of the domain intent and help you enter the half-step empty god realm. Yi Chunfeng tempted. Really? Zilin's eyes lit up. Okay, leave everything to me. After saying that, Zilin came to Ling Guangzhou, whose body was severely damaged and had fallen into a coma. She performed a soul search on him forcefully and obtained his soul memory. Transform. In the next moment, Zilin's entire body kept changing, and she quickly turned into Ling Guangzhou's appearance. Not bad, not bad. Looking at Zilin, who looked exactly like Ling Guangzhou, Yi Qinfeng revealed a satisfied smile. My transformation ability can only last for about 10 days. If I want to use it again after 10 days, I have to wait for a year. So, I can only help you for 10 days. Zilin said in Ling Guangzhou's voice. 10 days is enough. Yi Qinfeng nodded. Illusion Dao intent. Transform. Yi Qinfeng came to Huang Yichen, who had lost his right arm and was lying on the ground. He performed a soul search on him and disguised himself as him. When he was searching Huang Yichen's soul search, Yi Qinfeng could not help but reveal a fierce look in his eyes. He realized that Huang Yichen had used his identity to harm too many ladies over the years. If Yi Qinfeng was not afraid of alerting the enemy by killing him, he would have killed him long ago. Let's go, Zilin. Let's go out. Yi Qinfeng, who had disguised himself as Huang Yichen and Ling Guangzhou, immediately brought Zilin outside. Oh, there are so many beautiful ladies. Zilin looked at the 6 beautiful ladies who were wrapped in gauze. They had graceful figures and exposed snow-white shoulders. She chuckled and said, Qinfeng, you're lucky. You're going to be the emperor tonight. Yi Qinfeng rolled his eyes at Zilin and released his powerful soul force into the souls of the 6 beautiful ladies. He used the God-Eater brain to forcefully erase a portion of their memories and put them into the universe mirror. He was prepared to teach the Gu clan a lesson and return their freedom. The night passed quickly. Early the next morning, Gu Xiaojun came to the courtyard where Huang Yichen and the others were resting and saw Yi Qinfeng and Zilin, who had just walked out of the room. Ancestor, Brother Yichen, I wonder if you had a good rest last night? Are those ladies satisfied? Gu Xiaojun had a charming smile on his face. He wanted to use the ladies to get closer to Ling Guangzhou and Zilin. They're not satisfied. Zilin shook her head and imitated Ling Guangzhou's voice as she spoke coldly. This, is it because they're insensible and made the ancestor angry? Gu Xiaojun's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly apologized. Ancestor, please calm down. I'll definitely teach them a lesson and give the ancestor an explanation. It's not that they made me angry, but that they don't suit my taste. Zilin looked at Gu Xiaojun, who was tall and straight. Although his face was a little pale, it was difficult to hide his natural and unrestrained charm. What kind of taste does the ancestor like? I'll find it for you immediately. Although Gu Xiaojun noticed that Ling Guangzhou's gaze was a little strange, he didn't think too much about it and patted his chest as he promised. No need to go through so much trouble. I think you're not bad. Zilin, who had been empty for hundreds of thousands of years, opened her mouth and said with a burning gaze. When he met Ling Guangzhou's burning gaze, Gu Xiaojun suddenly felt like he was being stared at by a wolf. His heart trembled, and all the hair on his body stood on end. Ancestor, I'm a man, Gu Xiaojun said with a trembling voice. I like men. Ling Guangzhou laughed and said, let's go. Follow me into the house. After saying that, Ling Guangzhou and Yi Qinfeng exchanged glances. When they realized that Yi Qinfeng didn't stop them, they were overjoyed. They immediately tied up Gu Xiaojun, whose body was stiff and covered in cold sweat, and brought him into the house as Gu Xiaojun painfully begged for mercy. Soon, shrill screams came from the house. Gu Xiaojun was knocked unconscious by Zilin and fell into the wolf's mouth. Chapter 2002. Gu Clan, how dare you? Zilin walked out of the house with a satisfied expression. She glanced at Yi Qinfeng, who had a faint smile on his face. Suddenly, her expression changed, and she let out a furious roar. It was as if thunder from the ninth heaven reverberated in the sky above the Gu residence, shocking the entire Gu residence. Under Zilin's cruel torture, Gu Xiaojun breathed his last and died in fear. In the next moment, after hearing Zilin's angry roar, more than 10 Imperial Heavenly Clan experts and the upper echelons of the Gu clan rushed over to see what was going on. Old ancestor, what happened? Looking at Zilin's angry face, the Gu clan head, Gu Jingyuan's heart trembled. He immediately walked forward and asked in fear, "Your son is so daring. How dare he offend me? I won't let the Gu clan off." Zilin's body was filled with a terrifying murderous aura as she said murderously, This. Old ancestor, is this a misunderstanding? How dare Xiaojun offend you?" Gu Jingyuan's face changed drastically as he quickly apologized. "Misunderstanding." Zilin's eyes were cold as she said, "So you think that I have nothing better to do and wronged your son?" No, that's not what I meant," Gu Jingyuan said with beads of sweat on his forehead. Although the Gu clan was an overlord-level force in the North Qiu Heavenly City, compared to the North Qiu Heavenly Sect and the Imperial Heavenly Clan, it was too far away. The strongest old ancestor in the Gu clan was only a 5-star heavenly ancestor. There was an insurmountable gap between him and Ling Guangzhu. Moreover, Ling Guangzhu was not the only heavenly ancestor from the Imperial Heavenly Clan. Once Ling Guangzhu was angered, it would definitely bring disaster to the Gu clan. Moreover, no one would speak up for the Gu clan. "Then what do you mean?" Zilin said domineeringly, "Gu Jingyuan, Yichen, and I didn't come to your Gu clan to be bullied. If you don't give me an explanation today, don't blame me for being rude to your Gu clan. Old ancestor, calm down. I'll call Xiaojun over and let him apologize to old ancestor and young Master Yichen." Gu Jingyuan could not think of how Gu Xiaojun had offended Ling Guangzhu. He only wanted to find Gu Xiaojun to settle this matter. "There's no need to find him. Gu Xiaojun offended me, and I have already killed him," Zilin said coldly. "Kill him." Hearing Zilin's words, Gu Jingyuan's eyelids twitched. Gu Xiaojun was his most beloved son and the future hope of the Gu family. Now that he learned that Gu Xiaojun had been killed, Gu Jingyuan felt as if a sharp sword had pierced into his heart. He almost couldn't control his emotions. "What? You want to avenge your son?" Zilin was a fearless person. Her complexion turned gloomy as soon as she caught sight of the stern look in Gu Jingyuan's eyes. No, Patriarch, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean that." Gu Jingyuan's heart trembled when he felt the vast aura coming from Ling Guangzhu's body. Reason overcame his anger, and he quickly explained. "Ancestor, I really want to know how Xiaojun offended you." Gu Jingyuan took a deep breath and asked in a low voice while enduring the grief of losing his son. "You want to know?" Zilin said with killing intent. "That's easy. I'll kill you now. You can ask him yourself when you go to hell." No. Gu Jingyuan didn't expect Ling Guangzhu to be so unreasonable. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have invited Ling Guangzhu and the others to the Gu family as guests. But it was too late to regret, and he didn't dare to mention revenge. At this time, Gu Jingyuan only wanted to quell the anger in Ling Guangzhu's heart as soon as possible and send them away. "Ling Guangzhu, he's just a junior. Do you have to be so angry?" Suddenly, a deep voice resounded in the oppressive courtyard. Gu Taishan, the Gu family's patriarch, appeared. He was wearing a long robe. His skin was dark, and his snow-white hair fluttered on his shoulders. Every step he took caused the space to tremble. Patriarch! Gu Jingyuan and the others breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Gu Taishin, who had been in seclusion and rarely showed his face. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can meddle in this patriarch's affairs? Zi Lin glanced sharply at Gu Taishin, who was a 5-star patriarch, and said rudely, Ling Guangzhu, my Gu family has no intention of becoming enemies with you. Please be magnanimous and spare my Gu family. The corners of Gu Taishin's eyes twitched as he suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a low voice, I can spare you, but are you not prepared to take out something to appease my anger? Zi Lin opened her mouth like a lion, preparing to extort the Gu family. What does Ling Guangzhu want? Gu Taishin asked in a low voice. Forget it. Seeing that your Gu family is not easy, I won't ask for much. I only want 3 things. Zi Lin raised 3 fingers and said the names of 3 treasures. Every time Zi Lin said a treasure, Gu Taishin, Gu Jingyuan, and the others' eyes twitched. Obviously, these 3 treasures were extremely precious, and with the Gu family strength, it was impossible to take them out. I'm sorry, Ling Guangzhu, my Gu family doesn't have the 3 treasures you mentioned. Gu Taishin braced himself and said, It seems that your Gu family doesn't want to solve this problem. Since that's the case, don't blame this patriarch for starting a massacre. Zi Lin's killing intent was extremely heavy. Wait, Ling Guangzhu, what do you think of this thing? Can it calm your anger? Gu Taishin was very clear about the destructive power of a peak patriarch, and immediately took out a stone emitting 5-colored divine light. 5-colored divine stone. Zi Lin's eyes immediately lit up. How about this if you give me 10 5-colored divine stones? I'll leave immediately and won't cause trouble for your Gu family. 10! Gu Taishin didn't expect Zi Lin to be so ruthless as to ask for 10 5-colored divine stones. One had to know that with the status of the Gu family in the North Chiao, Heavenly City, they only had 1 5-colored divine stone. Even the North Chiao Heavenly Sect couldn't take out 10 5-colored divine stones. I'm sorry, Ling Guangzhu, my Gu family only has 1 5-colored divine stone. Gu Taishin forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a low voice, Forget it. I don't want to make things too difficult for you. How about this? Your Gu family quickly open the treasury and let me and Yi Chen choose a few treasures. Then we'll leave. Zi Lin directly snatched the 5-colored divine stone from Gu Taishin's hand and said with waning interest, Ling Guangzhu, my Gu family has always followed the lead of the Imperial Heavenly Clan. Why do you have to force us? Gu Taishin was about to go crazy from anger. If it wasn't for Ling Guangzhu's terrifying strength, Gu Taishin would have already fought with him for 300 rounds. Humph. I've already given your Gu family a lot of face. If you still don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me for being impolite. Zi Lin said impatiently, Okay, I'll bring old ancestor and young master Yi Chen to the treasury. Gu Jingyuan sighed deeply and said with clenched teeth. Gu Jingyuan, who had always bullied and blackmailed others, didn't expect that there would be a day when he would be blackmailed. Old ancestor, young master Yi Chen, this is the treasury of my Gu family. Please take a few treasures for the sake of my Gu family's loyalty to the Imperial Heavenly Clan. Gu Jingyuan endured the pain in his heart and said apologetically with a smile, Okay. Zi Lin, whose eyes were shining, waved her hand and said impatiently, This, and this. Zi Lin pointed at more than 10 treasures. Seeing that the treasures that Zi Lin pointed out weren't very valuable, Gu Jingyuan heaved a sigh of relief. However, Zi Lin's next words almost made Gu Jingyuan faint from anger. Other than the treasures that I pointed out just now, I'll take the rest.